The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 13th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Dick Lalotta to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize September as National Suicide Prevention Month. The mental health of our nation and mental health crisis remains the greatest public health crisis of our lifetime. In 2022 alone, we lost 50,000 Americans to death by suicide. And among younger populations, that statistic is even more alarming. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 14 and the third leading cause of death among people aged 15 to 24. No community, no family, no neighborhood is immune, and addressing this crisis requires bold and persistent bipartisan efforts from Congress, state, and local leaders. Now, we've made great strides in increasing access by rolling out the 988 National Suicide Prevention Lifeline and making other investments in mental health programs. However, there is significantly more to be done. We have to continue to raise awareness, reduce the stigma, address and ensure anyone who needs help is able to get the treatment and the care they deserve, regardless of neighborhood, zip code, or community. This is the public health crisis of our lifetime, and we must rise to the challenge. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we mark the solemn 6th anniversary of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, I am reminded of the indomitable spirit of Virgin Islanders who faced these devastating Category 5 storms and the invaluable support we received from members of Congress who rallied to secure much-needed funding for our recovery. The impact of 2 twin Category 5 hurricanes unleashed unprecedented destruction upon the Virgin Islands of the United States, leaving a trail of devastation that will be remembered for generations. September 6, 2017, witnessed the relentless fury of Hurricane Irma as it swept across our territory, carving a path of devastation that lingers in our collective memory. A mere fortnight later, Hurricane Maria descended upon our already devastated islands, compounding the damage exponentially. In the wake of these unparalleled catastrophes, the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands demonstrated incredible resilience and determination. Other places receiving such damage cried and wailed about what had happened to them. Virgin Islanders, as always, not believing that support would come, looked to one another. We came together to support one another, rebuild our communities, and lay the foundation for one more resilient future. The road to recovery has been long and arduous, but the spirit of Virgin Islanders remains unbroken, and the commitment for rebuilding stronger and more resilient persists. Now, as we approach the exhaustion of FEMA disaster relief funding, we face an impending crisis. FEMA has announced the implementation of immediate needs funding due to the dwindling disaster relief fund. Under INF, immediate needs funding, new obligations for public assistance not essential for life-saving and life-sustaining activities permanent work hazard mitigation grant program will be paused until the disaster relief funding is sufficiently supplied. Without FEMA funding, crucial programs such as public school reconstruction, essential services hang in the balance. Moreover, we are only 10 legislative days away from a government shutdown, with some of our colleagues more concerned about baseless political vendettas than the well-being of the American people. I implore my colleagues to rise above partisan extremes and deliver for the American people. The Biden-Harris administration has requested $16 billion in supplemental funding to replenish the Disaster Relief Fund, and this request should receive bipartisan support for disaster-impacted areas across the United States. It is crucial that we put the needs of our constituents first, prioritizing disaster relief over political bickering. Opportunities don't always come through. And to my Virgin Islands brothers and sisters, I say also, opportunities are fragile. We have got to do what needs to be done to support our own rebuilding if Washington cannot. I will continue to work on behalf of Virgin Islanders to assess the support needed for our ongoing rebuilding efforts. Together, we share the responsibility of ensuring that the U.S. Virgin Islands emerge from the twin tragedies stronger and more resilient. The opportunity before us is significant, and we must not let it slip away. Let us act swiftly to provide the necessary funding and support for all disaster-impacted areas across America to build a more resistant and prepared plan. May we rise to this challenge with the strength and unity it demands, and may we, as Virgin Islanders, remain VI strong. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Arizona's 2023 Teacher of the Year, Mr. Ty White, a chemistry teacher at Wilcox High School in Wilcox, Arizona. Mr. White, known for his dedication to his students in and out of the classroom, embodies all that a parent wants to see in their children's teachers. He serves as a founding board member of NSIMED, a nonprofit that helps students participate in STEM-related experimental learning opportunities. He also sponsors other initiatives at Wilcox High School aimed at finding ways for his students to gain real-world industry experiences. Mr. White has been widely honored by other organizations across the country, including being recognized as the 2023 National Rural Education Association's National Teacher of the Year, also the Air and Space Force Association Arizona Teacher of the Year, and the first runner-up for the Air and Space Force Association's National Teacher of the Year. His commitment to the next generation is unmatched. I'm incredibly proud to have him in our district. I know his students will walk away from his class and the programs he runs with lifelong lessons. Because of his tireless efforts, students in my district are developing an interest in STEM fields and growing their love for learning. I'm honored to represent Ty and the committed educators like him. Congratulations, Mr. White, on this well-deserved recognition. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the town of Pima, one of the many unique and special rural communities in my district. This town has a long history of bravery, service, and sacrifice. This town, during World War II, Pima lost 27 men, accounting for the greatest loss suffered by any community in the country on a per capita basis. Today, a memorial to these men stands at the local high school. I was able to spend some time in Pima over the August work period and had the opportunity to visit their local fire station. Like many communities across the country, these firefighters are all a volunteer force. I was inspired by these individuals' commitment to their community, running towards the danger when their neighbors need them most. It's clear that these Arizonans have a strong dedication to not only each other and their community, but service to our country as a whole. I am honored to represent them in Congress. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama in 1963, and to honor the lives and legacies of 4 little girls killed in such a heinous attack. 60 years after parishioners of the 16th Street Baptist Church prepared for Sunday service, 19 sticks of dynamite placed by Ku Klux Klan members exploded. As the interior of the walls of the church caved in, over 100 churchgoers rushed for safety. Though most of the congregation escaped, under the debris lie the bodies of Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Carol Robertson, and Cynthia Morris Wesley, as well as Sarah Collins Rudolph, who was injured but ultimately survived. Tragically, the brutality did not stop after the bombing. When African American communities across the state of Alabama took to the streets to demand justice, they were met with unspeakable violence at the hands of law enforcement. Within a few hours, Johnny Robertson and Virgil Ware, ages 16 and 13, were killed in clashes between protesters and the police. Despite the horrific nature of this attack, it took over 34 years before the perpetrators face justice. In 2013, Mr. Speaker, I was honored that my very first bill I passed in this body awarded the Congressional Gold Medal, the highest civilian honor we can give, to the 4 little girls posthumously, to ensure that their lives were never forgotten. While we will never recover the lives lost or the injuries suffered, we know that their sacrifice was not in vain. Indeed, the loss of the 4 little girls changed America forever, bringing into clarity our nation's storied history of racially motivated violence and galvanized the civil rights movement. It was their memory that inspired generations of freedom fighters to build for a world where the color of your skin does not determine the value of your life. It was their memory that burned in the minds of foot soldiers as they fought to pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And it was their sacrifice that brought our nation closer to realizing its highest ideals of equality and justice for all. Without the influence of the 4 little girls, I not only question where America would be, but where I would be. 60 years after their passing, I get to walk the halls of Congress as Alabama's first Black Congresswoman. I do so because of their sacrifice and because they cannot. Their premature and senseless death serves as a constant reminder that every battle, every gain in the fight for civil rights has come at a high cost, paid for by the sacrifice of others. Yet despite their gains and our gains of the nation, we know that our work is far from over. Today, as extremists seek to rewrite our history and roll back our progress, it has never been more crucial to ensure that the legacy of the 4 little girls lives on in American history. After all, those who don't learn from their history are doomed to repeat it. In the words of Coretta Scott King, struggle is a never-ending progress. Freedom is never really won. It's earned and won in every generation. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring the lives of the 4 little girls and remembering them by name. Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Carol Robertson, and Cynthia Morris Wesley. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, did you know that more than 40 million Americans have served in the armed forces since our nation's founding? From Yorktown to Gettysburg, from San Juan Hill to Saipan, from the Leyte Gulf to Tora Bora, America's sons and daughters have heroically answered the call to protect our precious freedoms and defend the cause of liberty both at home and abroad. Each one had a duty to serve, but our duty, Mr. Speaker, is to remember. So on September 15th, National POW MIA Recognition Day, we remember the more than 500,000 prisoners of war who endured the horrors of enemy captivity and faithfully served through severe suffering and incomprehensible trauma. We remember the tens of thousands of brave patriots who are still missing in action and have yet to return home safely to the warm embrace of their families and loved ones. This week, from sea to shining sea, thousands of ceremonies will take place in an expression of solidarity. Balloons will be released and moments of silence will be held. Hundreds of thousands of Americans will gather to honor the lives and deeds of our greatest heroes in churchyards, national cemeteries, and town squares. And a black and white flag will fly proudly. All of this is good and fitting, but our patriots deserve a special place of honor because of their selfless dedication, unmatched valor, and unsurpassed devotion to our nation's values. Mr. Speaker, that's why I've introduced legislation which will designate the POW MIA Memorial and Museum at Cecil Field in my congressional district in Florida as a national landmark to honor, connect, inspire, and educate the American people, prisoners of war, and those missing in action. This memorial will give Americans a unique opportunity to honor the immense sacrifice made by our POWs and serve as a powerful reminder of the service members whose fates are still unknown. Mr. Speaker, we will never be able to repay our debt to those who have given their last measure of devotion for the spirit of America, but we can continue to do our duty to remember. So on POW MIA Recognition Day and every day, we, the people of the United States, with a grateful heart, salute those who endured great dangers in the hands of the enemy and those lost in service to our nation. Mr. Speaker, think about the following motto: the power of people and possibilities. It embodies a belief that everyone has something to contribute to our society and that meaningful employment helps people achieve the American dream. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the people that are committed to this goal. Challenge Enterprises of North Florida and the Ability One program. Challenge Enterprises is an organization established in 1972 in Clay County, Florida, and presently employs, get this, more than 305 constituents in my district. They employ over 100 people with disabilities as a result of the Ability One program, the largest employment program with persons with disabilities. I've been there, Mr. Speaker. I've seen firsthand how the Ability One enhances the quality of their lives. Work changes lives. That's what everybody should have: a reason to get out of bed, a reason to go to work. The program teaches hardworking individuals to load our Navy ships with provisions, to staff the IRS mailroom, to stock shelves, to pull grocery orders for our military personnel, to clean federal buildings, and to maintain over 70 acres of grounds. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's with pleasure that I thank the staff, employees, and volunteers of Challenge Enterprises and the Ability One program for helping my constituents in Northeast Florida become productive, self-reliant citizens of their community and seeing the worth and value of every individual. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the Jack and Jill of America's Oakland County, Michigan chapter. For 45 years, they brought leadership and mentorship programming for our African American young people across Oakland County. Founded in 1978, the Oakland County chapter of Jack and Jill of America was a realization of dream of two mothers, Robbie Johnson and Bobby Willite, who were looking for more opportunities for their young children. The 39 charter members were united in seeking a better quality of life and opportunities for success for young African Americans in our community. The Oakland County chapter is currently one of 262 chapters nationwide whose programs are centered on education, public service, health, cultural awareness, and recreation. Please join me, Mr. Speaker, in recognizing the Jack and Jill of America's Oakland County chapter as they celebrate 45 years of service, education, and excellence in our community. Mr. Speaker, I am the proud daughter of the UAW. My family knew the power of being part of a union family. My dad, who came to the United States with only fourth grade education, felt human dignity for the first time when he worked at the Ford Motor Company in Flat Rock on the assembly line and became a member of the UAW. We know this week hundreds and thousands of workers are fighting for a fair contract to support their families. And their current contract, Mr. Speaker, expires at midnight on September 14th. The right to strike in our country is the single most powerful tool to fight corporate greed. In the first 6 months of this year alone, the big three, Ford, Stellantis, GM, made a combined $20 billion in profits. The big three CEOs received a whopping 40% increase in pay, while workers right now, the majority of them, living check by check. Did you all know, I know folks understand, since 1948, every single UAW contract had a cost of living adjustment, COLA. And in 2009, something spectacular happened. Workers came together and helped the big three stay afloat. So they decided to put COLA aside, allowing even the companies to create tier systems. And now in 2023, the contract doesn't have the cost of living adjustment. These are the same workers, Mr. Speaker, that sacrificed so much, and now the big three is refusing to have their back when they are struggling. Two workers doing the same job side by side should not be receiving drastically different wages and benefits due to tiers that were put in place during the Great Recession. Tier systems have no place on an assembly line. These companies should not be able to find loopholes to hire supplemental workers just to get away with paying them, just so they can get away with paying them lower hourly wages and no retirement benefits. Mr. Speaker, my dad in the 1980s vested in health benefits and the benefits just within 90 days. There was no 5, 6, 7, 8, and I even met a young girl who said it took her dad 10 years to get on top of that tier. Folks don't realize the majority of the UAW workers in our country does not have a pension today. It's 2023. Auto workers should be able to retire with dignity. Every worker deserves guaranteed pension, health care when they retire. The big three needs to value their own workers more than they value the profits and their own CEO pay increases. They need to do what's right. They have record profits, and that should result in a record contract. Mr. Speaker, I'm, as you know, a proud mother and a proud founder of the Congressional Mamas Caucus. So when we passed the American Rescue Plan, I was proud to have in there included a federal investment for child care, keeping child care providers open and ensuring working parents and could access child care when they needed to go back to work. The American Rescue Plan included $24 billion in funding for child care stabilization, $15 billion just alone for child care programs for low-income families, and so much more. This federal funding was critical in enabling providers to pay personnel costs and keep programs afloat. But these critical funds are already running out in many states and are set to expire the end of this month. Without immediate action right here in Congress to invest in childcare, this will be dire consequences for working families. It's an estimated, Mr. Speaker, that we would lose 3.2 million slots. That's 3.2 million less children that will be able to have childcare nationwide. And it also includes, just alone, 56 children in Michigan. So as a founder of Congressional Mamas Caucus, we're fighting, all of us and many of us members, for fair, equitable access to child care, paid leave, benefits for our care workers, and so much more. We must come together, Mr. Speaker, to find solutions to address this child care crisis. To all my colleagues, just realize, please, that child care isn't a luxury. It's a necessity for working families. Child care is essential, and the federal government must renew this critical funding.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of James Jimmy Shaw, who passed away on May 6, 2023 at the age of 66. Jimmy was a resident of Brunswick, where he spent his entire life. He was a hardworking man who, at the age of 22, started the process of acquiring his father's business, Central Hardware, that celebrated its 75th anniversary in July. Jimmy was an advocate for Norwich Street Corridor and a respected business leader in downtown Brunswick. Mr. Shaw's legacy will live on through his family, who Jimmy passed Central Hardware down to just as his father did to him. I know his children will do him proud by keeping Central Hardware a successful business serving the Brunswick community. Jimmy was a great person. He will be remembered by his family, but also the community that he had such a positive impact on. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Johnny Gregory Pickren, who passed away on July 8, 2023 at the age of 71. Johnny, also known as Greg, was a resident of Georgia his whole life. He was born in Douglas, but moved around to other parts of Georgia, such as Darien and Atlanta. Greg's strong passion for music led him to pursue higher education in broadcast journalism, which he worked in for many years before changing paths to become an emergency medical technician in South Georgia. Later, Greg joined the Glenn County Fire Department as a firefighter and EMT, where he served the citizens of Glenn County for 28 years before retiring as deputy chief. Greg served his community well. He dedicated his life to saving the lives of others, and his life of service should serve as an example of all of us to follow. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Coach Carl Carter for 40 years of teaching and giving back to his alma mater, Savannah Christian Preparatory School. Carl graduated from Savannah Christian in 1974, then went on to play football and baseball at Newberry College in South Carolina. In 1983, he began coaching the Raiders baseball team and took over the helm in the 1989 season. Over his 35-year-plus career coaching the Raiders, Carl won over 600 games, including the 2017 Georgia State Championship. In 2017, he was also inducted into the Greater Savannah Athletic Hall of Fame and the Georgia Dugout Club Hall of Fame. He retired from coaching but did not stop impacting the students of Savannah Christian as a teacher. After his retirement from coaching, Savannah Christian renamed their baseball field the Carl Carter Field. Carl's favorite Bible verse is John 3:16, and he tries his best to inspire his students to live a good and godly life. I'm proud to recognize Coach Carter for his 40 years of service to his family, to the families in Savannah, and continue to wish him the best in the next 40 years. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Jerry Willis Keith. Jerry was born on March 28, 1937 in Waycross to Warren Laurie Lott Keith and Mary Emma Corbett Keith. He was a lifelong member of First Baptist Church of Jessup and a member of the Golden Rulers Sunday School class. He spent his adult life managing and operating retail grocery stores for several national food chains. There he was always praised by many loyal employees as the best boss they ever had. He was a very active member of many community organizations, including the Elks Club, the Pine Forest Men's Golf Association, JC member, and an elite member of the Pond House Crew. He was a loving husband, a caring father of 7, a doting grandfather of 15, and a great-grandfather of 6. Mr. Keith's legacy will live on in the positive impact that he had on his community, and I would like to extend my deepest sympathies to his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from the great state of New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with an urgent call as we face the inaction of this House to address our budgeting needs and to potentially throw us into disarray through a government shutdown. I rise with an urgent call of action to address the influx of migrants, asylum seekers in New York City. Since the spring of 2022, New York City has welcomed over 110,000 migrants. It has opened 200 emergency shelters and has seen the influx of 20,000 children, 15,000 of which registered in the New York City public school system last year, and the rest of the 5,000 this year. This Friday, Mr. Speaker, I will be co-leading a New York delegation and other members to visit New York City so they can see for themselves the challenges that are facing this city. The purpose of this trip is to show how New York City has addressed this crisis and the programs that they put in place to address the needs of these new arrivals. Many will like to say that this is unprecedented. Many would even resort to hateful language to say that this should not happen. But the fact of the matter is that this has been around America for a very long time. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in 1907, the busiest year ever for immigration in our country, Ellis Island saw 1.25 million immigrants processed. The busiest day was April 17th of that very same year, with a record of 11,747 immigrants processed. Relatively quickly, Mr. Speaker, they also face great challenges. They also face discrimination. There was a literacy test enacted so they would not come in. There was a Chinese Exclusion Act put forward so that Chinese immigrants will not come in. There was patterns of hateful language and discrimination all over America during that year. And yet, only 2% of them were rejected. In that island called Ellis Island, which some call the Island of Tears, only 2% were sent back. And Mr. Speaker, 1.2 million of them were led into New York City. And they rebuilt the city of New York. I propose to you that the immigrants that are coming to New York City will also rebuild this city, this great city of New York. After the COVID-19 pandemic, we need their energy. We need their hunger to succeed. We need their innovativeness. That's exactly what America needs. Not hateful language, not literacy acts, not complicated obstacles to prevent them to move forward. So, Mr. Speaker, there are three basic solutions to this impasse. The first one is TPS for Venezuelans. They already have the temporary protective status. Let's just extend it till yesterday so they have the right to work. And everybody, including those across the aisle, understand that the work permit is the solution. Let them work so they're not a load on government. That's the first one. The second one is that through the CBP One app, many of them have already applied as asylum seekers, but yet they have not applied for the work permit. Let's make sure that they do that. The law allows that right now, and a work permit is not statutory, it's regulatory. And finally, Mr. Speaker, in a supplemental, we must do much better for places like New York City, which have shouldered the burden of this crisis, a crisis that is embedded in the best chapter of our history, a crisis that will take us to a much better place.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I'd like to take this time to honor a sports organization on Guam. Actually, it's more than an organization. It is a sports legacy, an icon of our beautiful island. This year, Guam's Hells Angels Football Association is celebrating their 40th anniversary of promoting youth football on the island. 4 decades ago, the late and great Hal Saroma visioned a way to keep Guam's youth off the streets and out of trouble by promoting the values of participation in youth football. His belief was to provide our kids with a wholesome environment which would promote the mystique of competition, the joy of victory, the reality of defeat, and the importance of commitment, and the spirit of community, while gaining a strong sense of teamwork. Over the years, he combed the streets, and whenever he saw troubled kids, he would reach out to their families to encourage participation in his football organization. His coaching was not easy, but it proved to be effective. Today, we see parents and grandparents who once wore the Hells Angels football jersey over the decades encourage their children and grandchildren to play for the organization whose values they continue to uphold. Over 4 decades, the Hells Angels have held the most championship titles in each age division of the Guam National Youth Football Federation, and their legacy continues this past weekend, where the Hells Angels Met Good team repeated as champions in their division. While Coach Hal sadly passed away in 2002, his legacy and his vision continued through the hard work, sacrifice, and efforts of his sons, Ivan, Buzz, Blue, and Ty Sharoma. On behalf of a thankful island and the nation, and under this historic dome of democracy, I would like to congratulate the Guam's Hells Angels Football Association for celebrating 40 years of promoting youth football in Guam, and for instilling character and healthy competition in the hearts and minds of thousands of our youth for 4 decades. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As of today, Congress has less than 3 weeks to reach an agreement on government funding before the September 30th deadline. If we cannot complete this fundamental task, the one thing we have to do as members of Congress, we risk shutting down the government, an outcome that would have devastating consequences for the American economy, American families, and our national security. So I wish I could stand here and talk about all the great bipartisan work that the House Appropriations Committee has been doing and reassure you that we are on track to fund the government on time. But unfortunately, that is far from reality. This year, House Republicans have abandoned bipartisanship and instead chose to draft some of the most extreme, partisan, and harmful legislation that I have ever seen. Their bills would enact devastating cuts that would jeopardize our children's education and futures, weaken our rural communities, increase costs for families, and leave our country less safe by directly cutting funds for necessary law enforcement. On top of this, they've packed these bills to the brim with extreme policy riders that have no chance of becoming law, including abortion bans and extremist discriminatory policy. We often say that your budget is a reflection of your values, and these shameful funding bills show that the House Republicans are lacking many. It doesn't have to be this way. Over in the Senate, Democrats and Republicans have put together bipartisan funding bills, all of which have passed out of the Senate Appropriations Committee with overwhelming bipartisan support. House Republicans, however, are on an island of their own, seeking to jam their right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people, or else subject them to a shutdown that will have devastating consequences. This would be the height of irresponsibility. It has become clear that the House Republicans do not have a plan. FAW impeachment is just a distraction. They do not have a strategy, and the chaos and confusion will come at a cost, a government shutdown that the American people cannot afford. Republicans in the House need to do the right thing. Come to the table with Democrats in both parties in the Senate, and let's fund the government. It's not rocket science. It's just basic governance. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about what is happening in my home state of Wisconsin. There are calls from the gerrymandered state assembly to impeach the newest state Supreme Court judge before they've even heard a case. Judge Janet Protasewicz was elected overwhelmingly. She defeated her opponent by more than 200,000 votes. She won by 11 points. In a purple state like Wisconsin, that's a landslide. But because she mentioned that Wisconsin's extremely gerrymandered state legislative and congressional districts might be a problem, the current state assembly is threatening to use their impeachment powers before she even has a chance to hear a case. The state assembly is trying to overturn the will of the voters because they don't like who won the election. Using this logic, if the legislature doesn't like the possible outcomes of any election or cases before the court, it can conceivably threaten impeachment without actual cause and undermine the separation of powers of government. The legislature does not trump the judiciary. They are co-equal branches of government. Under the Republicans' absurd logic, they could threaten impeachment over their gerrymandered maps, or keeping Wisconsin's 1849 abortion law, or even potentially over giving themselves a pay increase, even if they thought the court would find it unconstitutional. There is a standard for impeachment. It is for wrongdoing in office, not for disagreeing with the legislature. The fact that Justice Protasewicz has not heard a single case makes this even more ridiculous. And now the Republicans in Wisconsin are maybe changing their tune. They likely realize that impeachment farce might be a bad idea, but that is not stopping them from coming up with new bad ideas to stay in power. Now they claim they want an independent commission, a Trojan horse to distract a way to stay in power, an idea that they previously dismissed. Well, if the Republicans don't like the so-called fair maps that come out of this commission, they can still draw their own maps under this Trojan horse plan. It only requires a simple majority, which when you have gerrymandered maps, you certainly have. This is wrong. It does not represent Wisconsin's values, and frankly, it's un-American. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, the White House press secretary said that President Biden has, and I quote, done more to secure the border than anybody else. She could not be more wrong. The Biden administration's open border policies have created the worst illegal immigration crisis in our nation's history, and it's making our communities less safe while the Mexican cartels thrive. Deadly fentanyl has poured across our southern border in record high amounts, endangering countless American lives. Criminal cartels are now making $13 billion a year smuggling illegal migrants into our interior. Even more troubling, the Department of Homeland Security has admitted that 40% of illegal migrants caught and released into our communities have disappeared, with no way to track them. A secure nation requires a secure border, which is why earlier this year, House Republicans passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, the strongest border security legislation that Congress has ever considered. While President Biden and DHS Secretary Mayorkas have no plans to get this chaos under control, we're fighting to stop it. It's far past time the Senate stops stalling and passes our critical bill to restore the rule of law in our nation. To help them act, we should make border security a condition of any continuing resolution when the fiscal year ends on September 30th. The American people demand and deserve nothing less. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Northside High School softball team for winning the Class III state title, the program's first state championship victory since 2010 and their second in program history. After working hard all season, the Vikings left it all on the diamond and beat the York Falcons 3-1. These talented student athletes include Bailey Compton, Mackenzie Taylor, Leila Aguilar, Sydney Jordan, Carly Austin, Zoe Mason, Chloe Laffin, Shelby Ellis, Madalena Shepper, Bonnie Ellis, Carson Michaels, and Abby Caldwell. Northside senior Bailey Compton pitched a 5-hitter for the Vikings, striking out 16 and walking 1. In the top of the 5th, the Vikings scored twice and grabbed a 2-1 lead. Then in the final inning, Sidney Jordan hit an RBI single, scoring the championship-winning run. Congratulations again to the Northside High School softball team, head coach Cassie Bramer, parents, faculty, and staff on this incredible achievement. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss the urgent need to implement Medicaid expansion in North Carolina. In March, our state became the 40th to pass legislation to expand Medicaid after over a decade of political gridlock. But Republicans in the General Assembly are needlessly delaying implementation because they continue to bicker with each other over the state budget, jeopardizing health care for over 600,000 North Carolinians. Every day that Republicans wait to expand Medicaid is another day that a mother with cancer or a grandfather with diabetes cannot access the care they need, care that saves lives. More than a decade ago, I fought for Medicaid expansion in the General Assembly. More than a decade ago, vulnerable North Carolinians desperate for affordable health care began waiting for their leaders to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, our people have been waiting a decade too long. The people of our state deserve action now, not next month, not next year, to ensure that they can access the health care they desperately need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support continued United States support for the people of Ukraine in their fight for freedom from Vladimir Putin's terrible invasion. In a despicable act of cruelty, Vladimir Putin invaded a peaceful and democratic nation. He is single-handedly responsible for unthinkable suffering. 70,000 Ukrainians killed, 13 million people forced from their homes. Civilians shot in the streets, children separated from their parents, all to fuel the ego of a dictator in Moscow. And Putin's aggression is a threat to the security of the United States and our citizens as well. He has made no secret of the fact that his goal is to undermine the NATO alliance, which has kept our nation safe and like-minded democracies around the world safe for the past 7 decades. And make no mistake, if Putin succeeds in his invasion of Ukraine, he will not stop there. Like all dictators, he sees democracy anywhere as a threat. He does not want his own people to know that nations with free elections and civil rights for their citizens can be strong. This is the Ukrainians' war to fight, and they are fighting it, fighting for their families, fighting for their freedom, with incredible bravery. The United States will not send troops to Ukraine, but they do need our help. I urge all of my colleagues to support the supplemental budget request for aid to Ukraine. Let's show the world that America stands with democracies, not with dictators, and reaffirm our commitment that we will stand with the people of Ukraine in their fight for freedom for as long as it takes. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support today of our nation's military service members whose lives are being put at risk by the shameful actions of a senator from Alabama. For months, the Alabama senator has blocked more than 300 qualified officers in our military from receiving the promotions that they have earned and from assuming the posts that our country needs them in. Aside from the senator himself, who seems to love being in the center of attention, the people who are most excited by this are America's enemies. No one is happier with the senator from Alabama's antics than Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, and our nation's other adversaries. By undermining our military, he is doing their dirty work for them. And don't take it just from me. The Secretary of the Army has stated that the Senator's actions are eroding the foundation of our military and putting our national security at risk. The House Foreign Affairs Chairman, Mr. McCall, a member of the Senator's own party, has said that the Senator's hold on military nominations is paralyzing and a national security problem. The Senator has stated that he will continue blocking the promotions of these experienced and courageous military officers until the military adopts policies to make it harder for women in the military to get access to abortion. I disagree with the Senator on abortion, as do most Americans. But one thing we ought to all agree on is that whatever our differences may be, using military service members as political props is just plain wrong. It is an inappropriate tactic, and it must end now. Military personnel, from the most junior to the most senior, dedicate their lives to protecting us, protecting our nation, and the ideals that we hold dear. We should be supporting them, and they deserve better than the Senator's antics. The Senator must lift his hold on these promotions, and if he doesn't, then the Senate should change their rules so that no one individual has the power to block these promotions and jeopardize our nation's security. Mr. Speaker, I rise to condemn Azerbaijan's blockade of the Lakin corridor, which has created a humanitarian crisis that is threatening the lives of 120,000 ethnic Armenians that call the Artsakh region home. Today in Artsakh, thousands are suffering from shortages of food, medical supplies, and other basic necessities, and fear that as winter approaches, they could face starvation. The United States and our allies cannot stand by in the face of this cruelty. As a member of the House Armenian Issues Caucus, I have co-sponsored legislation to support the people of Artsakh's independence and safety. And this past June, I joined many of my colleagues urging the administration to enforce restrictions on military assistance to Azerbaijan until the blockade is ended. I stand with the Armenian people and will continue to support legislation to oppose these human rights violations and call on Azerbaijan to end the blockade. I urge my colleagues to do so as well, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Ever wise and all generous God, we pray your wisdom as we seek to handle the trials that are set before us. In these days where we are met with the inscrutable crisis in Ukraine, we find we lack the clear answers we desire. We continue to search for the right and reasonable response to the atrocities being inflicted upon the Ukrainian people. Keep always before us the aim for just peace, that any decision made will serve to uphold or restore justice in a region threatened by despotism and oppression. Prevent us from making choices that would contribute to unnecessary escalation, but keep us ever mindful of the need to uphold the common good. Remind each of us of our obligation to stem the humanitarian crisis this war has created, not just in Ukraine, but throughout the world. Ever wise and all generous God, we pray your wisdom. Be unsparing in granting that wisdom to this body, especially in times such as these. In your everlasting name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the House Foreign Affairs, Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia Subcommittee, I am grateful to recognize the 3rd anniversary of the successful Abraham Accords on September the 15th. Under the leadership of President Donald Trump, this historic agreement between Israel, the United Arab Emirates, United States, and later Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan represent the most significant step toward a stable and positive Arab-Israeli relationship in modern history. It marked the first public normalization of relations between an Arab country and Israel since Jordan in 1994. In June, I led the bipartisan U.S.-Israel Partnership and Abraham Accords Enhancement Act of 2023, which reauthorizes key cooperative programs between the United States and Israel and fosters the utilization of existing programs to help expand the Abraham Accords. Our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Morocco in earthquake recovery. In conclusion, God bless our troops who have successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with the Biden open borders. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise, and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss how my fellow Democrats and I are putting people over politics. We are lowering the cost of life-saving prescription medications such as insulin to $35 for all Americans. And we have capped that for seniors as well. We are increasing the American middle class with more than 13.5 million jobs created since President Biden took office, and supporting policies that help American families. We are providing clean drinking water and high-speed internet to more American homes every single day. And we are fighting to protect a woman's right to make her own health choices. In addition, we are working to make communities safer and defend our freedoms across the world. For example, my Safer Neighborhoods Gun Buyback Act would use federal grants to buy guns back
from gun owners and get them off the streets. I'm proud to belong to the Democratic Party because it supports the American people.
Gentleman's time has
and with
expired.
that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Chinese communists have been poisoning Americans. Biden and Mayorkas have refused to secure our southern border and refused to hold China accountable. In the state of Tennessee alone, overdose deaths have increased 200%. 200% in 5 years. The situation at the southern border has gotten so bad, even the United Nations is saying that our border crossing is one of the deadliest in the world. Think about that for a moment. Therefore, I'm introducing the Countering CCP Fentanyl Act. This bill would require the president to submit a list of all CC government officials trafficking fentanyl and imposes property blocking sanctions on all of them. And we can't stop there. This legislation would make any CCP official caught pushing this poison inadmissible to the United States. Congress cannot stand idly by while Chinese communists and cartel thugs line their pockets by drugging and killing American citizens. The CCP is using our porous border to continue their march to dominate the nation. It's time to send China a message, and that scheme to scourge American population will not be tolerated.
Time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with the United Auto Workers. Louisville, Kentucky is a Ford town. Since 1969, we've been making Ford trucks. Every Ford Escape, Ford F-250, F-350, and F-450 is made in Louisville, Kentucky with union labor from our brothers and sisters in Local 862, providing solid middle-class jobs and a good life for so many Louisville families. We make Ford trucks, and we're proud of Ford's success. Ford made billions in profits last year, and Local 862 was responsible for 54% of Ford's North American profits. That's more than enough to go around and make sure every worker earns a good wage, has good benefits, and operates in a safe working environment. We must have a fair contract for the men and women of Local 862 and the UAW. It's real simple. The people who build Fords should be able to buy Fords. I'm proud that Louisville is a union town with a thriving middle class built on union labor. Let's keep it that way, because when our workers win, we all win. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor an American hero, Mr. Dennis Wolfe, Sr. I recently, during this recess, had the privilege to visit the Vietnam War Museum in my district in Elmira, New York, the first museum of its kind in America. And it was there that I had the distinct pleasure of meeting Denny Wolfe. Denny's story is one of sacrifice, service, and unwavering dedication to our great nation. He served with distinction in Vietnam as a helicopter crew chief with the Army's 1st Air Cavalry Division during some of the most challenging years of the war. In those years, we lost thousands of our brave American heroes, and Denny himself lost dear friends that he told me about. His service to our country did not end when he returned home. Instead, Denny chose to dedicate his life to preserving the legacy of his fellow service members and those that paid the ultimate price in Vietnam. He and many other patriots in that region founded the Vietnam War Museum in Elmira. And as its president, he's poured his heart and soul into telling the stories of those who served. Thank you, Denny, for your service, your unwavering commitment to your fellow veterans, and your love for our country. And they serve as an inspiration to us all. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose, gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Katya Bullock. If I could summarize Katya's life into 2 words, they would be compassion and service. I met Katya while working for the Trump administration. From the moment I met her, she took me under her wing. as she did for so many. And for those who knew her, they knew that's what she would do. She always made sure that I had a seat at the table every Sunday dinner and had a place to go for every single holiday. When visiting her home, you would be mesmerized by the countless number of photos and artifacts she had from 50-plus years of service working for a senator, 2 Maryland governors, and most notably, the last 4 Republican presidents. Katya's remarkable journey began in war-torn Germany and culminated in her undisputed status as a legend in Republican politics. Her life was the definition of living the American dream. I am blessed to have been just a small part of it. God bless you, Katya. We love you. We miss you. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will come to order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1567, and motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3324. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1567 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1567, a bill to require the Secretary of Agriculture and the Secretary of the Interior submit accurate reports regarding hazardous fuels reduction activities and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 401, the nays are 5. On this vote, the yeas are 406, the nays are 4. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3324, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 151, H.R. 3324, a bill to extend the authority to collect Shasta Trinity Marina fees through fiscal year 2029.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. 2 minutes. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 415, the nays are 0, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. So gavel again and then. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and thank Louisiana's brave first responders who valiantly rose to the occasion this summer as our state was hit with unprecedented wildfires, the largest of which is still burning today. We had tens of thousands of acres that have been charred. Nearly half of the parishes in my district were ablaze. At one time, parts of Sabine, Beauregard, Allen, Vernon, Natchitoches, Grant, Caddo, and DeSoto parishes were all on fire. Our communities received support from the state fire marshal, the state police, the National Guard, as well as nearly every local police and fire department in the region, and the U.S. Forestry Service dispatched firefighters and helped from many states around the country. Many other first responders have been volunteers and Louisianians who donated time, money, and shelter to their neighbors in need. This disaster tested our state more than ever, but we responded. Louisiana is home to the most resilient people you'll ever meet, and we will bounce back from these wildfires just as we've done every disaster we've ever faced. It's a great honor to represent so many of these heroic individuals in Congress. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in full support of the House Republicans' formal impeachment inquiry into the President Joe Biden. 7 months ago, House Republicans returned oversight to the People's House. We worked consistently day after day to make our government more accountable as promised in our commitment to America. Since January, concerning incredible allegations against President Joe Biden have emerged, including abuse of power, obstruction of justice, corrupt foreign business dealings, and influence peddling schemes that have led to tens of millions of dollars in the pockets of several members of the Biden family. I think we can all agree Americans deserve accountability from our president. Our impeachment inquiry is not a political ploy. It's an opportunity for Congress to continue its duty, digging into the potential of corruption and bringing facts to light. The evidence is deeply troubling. Our witnesses have testified to President Biden's involvement in phone calls, interactions, and dinners that resulted in significant financial gains for his son and his son's business partners. The Treasury Department alone has flagged more than 150 transactions involving the Biden family and other business associates as suspicious activities by the U.S. Bank. Even a trusted
Gentleman's
FBI...
time has expired.
Thank you, Al.
Time has expired.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
sir. For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Missouri seek recognition?
Rise to address the House for 1 minute, ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
And without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my strong support for the impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. House Republicans have uncovered serious and credible allegations into his conduct, a culture of corruption. We now know this to be true. The Biden family received more than $20 million in foreign payments from China, Russia, Ukraine, and Romania. That 10% cut for the big guy, well, yes, that was for Joe Biden. The Bidens created over 20-plus shell companies to conceal the money. Joe Biden joined 20 phone calls with Hunter Biden's business partners, texts invoking Biden to shake down a Chinese business partner for cash. Joe Biden using pseudonyms on emails and at least 150 suspicious activity reports. Joe Biden's pattern of behavior is deeply disturbing and concerning for our national security. Mr. Speaker, we need answers. We need those bank records. We need the truth. Thank you. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president.
It's an R deck.
I can't see. We're good? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Barring declarations of war, impeachment is the most awesome power that Congress has. It shouldn't be a threat. It shouldn't be a political exercise. It's certainly not a pledge to be made on the campaign trail. This is the most serious business that we can engage in. No one should want to impeach a president. You can't take any pleasure in that. But after months of blocked investigations by agencies in this administration, it became clear that an impeachment inquiry was the only course of action to complete our necessary and important investigations. And let me explain why, because there's been some confusion and some controversy about this. Mr. Speaker, there are three irrefutable facts that have taken us to this point. Number one, President Biden lied directly to the American people. Number two, President Biden's family and their associates profited millions through shell companies. Number three, President Biden's federal agencies are stonewalling our legitimate congressional inquiry. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many scandals, there's so much corruption that's being uncovered. Every stone that we overturn leads to more and more corruption. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the American people are simply getting lost in the barrage of evidence, in the barrage of allegations of corruption and the evidence itself. Let me go through just a couple of highlights here to bring everybody's attention to this, to help explain why we're doing what we're doing. In August 2019, President Biden said, quote, "I have never discussed with my son or my brother or anyone else anything having to do with their businesses, period." 2 months later, he said, quote, "I never discussed a single thing with my son about anything having to do with Ukraine. No one has indicated I have. We've always kept everything separate," unquote. He then doubled down on those claims during the debates, and both Jen Psaki and Karine Jean-Pierre have echoed that straight from the White House press briefing room. Make no mistake about this. Everyone now knows those were all bold-faced lies. While President Biden was vice president, we know now that he had dinner at least twice with his son Hunter and Russian and Kazakhstani oligarchs. He spoke on the phone many times with Hunter's associates, at least over 20 times, at least that many we know. He met with CEFC, that's a Chinese energy company, while Hunter was working on their behalf. Here's a text message from Hunter Biden alone that is justification for an inquiry. Quote, "Z, please have the director call me, not James or Tony or Jim. Have him call me tonight. I am sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled," unquote. A confidential human source, known well to the FBI and relied upon often, alleged that President Biden received a $5 million bribe for services rendered. The House Oversight Committee investigation has been going on for a while, and the investigation has yielded many important facts. The investigators have found, here's a couple of samples. Number one, they found that Hunter Biden flew on Air Force Two at least 15 times and engaged in activities which Devin Archer testified was to sell the brand and enrich the Biden family. They found an email from Biden associate James Gillard which breaks down the profit agreement for a deal involving the Chinese Communist Party-linked CEFC, including, quote, tin held by H for the big guy, unquote. They found a text message later that month from Gillard to Tony Bobolinsky, which read, quote, "Don't mention Joe being involved. It's only when you are face to face. I know that you know that, but they are paranoid," unquote. This is just a sampling of what we already know. Now, this impeachment inquiry will offer House investigators greater subpoena authority to receive information from evasive federal agencies. See, we have been impeded in the collection of all this evidence because the federal agencies under the executive branch are openly, aggressively trying to protect the president. We're going to have advanced authority now and a larger platform to share this information with the American people. Mr. Speaker, remember how we arrived here. When the New York Post reported the existence of the Hunter Biden laptop, now Secretary of State Anthony Blinken organized a group of 51 former intelligence officials to claim the laptop was Russian disinformation. Social media accounts were banned from sharing the story, and individuals who believed it were labeled Russian assets and conspiracy theorists. We now know that not only was the laptop not Russian disinformation, of course, it was known previously to the intel community And many of the individuals that signed that letter, they knew it was legitimate. They knew it was not Russian disinformation. They knew it came from Hunter Biden, and they hid it from the American people. And on July 4th, just a couple of months ago, the Federal District Court in the Western District of Louisiana, my home state, issued a 155-page court opinion. The state of Louisiana and the state of Missouri sued the Biden administration because they had a hunch and they knew that the White House and its agencies, including the FBI, the DOJ, other federal agencies, were engaged in a cover-up. They were censoring and silencing the viewpoints of Americans they disagreed with. They would not allow conservative speech on the social media platforms. And we know from the evidence produced in that case and listed in the 155 court opinion that issued an injunction against the White House, by the way, just on last Saturday, upheld by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit, the court points out that Elvis Chan, the FBI official in the San Francisco field office of the FBI, was meeting regularly with the big tech platforms in Silicon Valley there, regularly leading up to the election and telling them things that they had to pull off the internet, the conservative voices and social media postings that they didn't want people to see. The FBI coerced, the court said, and then coordinated with the big tech giants to make sure that on Facebook and Google and Twitter at the time and all these other platforms that you couldn't see that information. And it wasn't just the Hunter Biden laptop story. It was a lot of categories of things. It included negative information about the economy. It included people's opinions, conservatives' opinions about the efficacy of COVID vaccines and the lockdowns and how crazy that was and what they were doing to school children. All that stuff was censored. They even took down jokes about the president. If you posted parody about President Biden, or even as a candidate or when he was elected, it was pulled off the internet. It's unbelievable. It's staggering. The judge says in the judge's words in the court that this is arguably the largest and the greatest attack on free speech in U.S. history. He called it Orwellian. He said it was dystopian. This is what we're facing. This is what this White House has been involved in. They did not want the American people to have the facts. And that's one of the reasons that we have to go to this next step. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we have to follow these facts where they lead. The facts are irrefutable. They have understandably set Washington ablaze. Even though the American people weren't able to see it, the judge said millions of free speech protected postings were taken down from the internet, not seen. But it has set Washington ablaze. Why? Because we're bringing these facts to bear. We're laying them out for people to see. Our colleagues here, some of them don't want to see it. But as John Adams said, facts are stubborn things. And as expected, the D.C. and the National Press Corps have blindly accepted the White House's spin. And they're trying to convince the American people that our inquiry, even the impeachment inquiry, is illegitimate. Just 3 years after they carried the water for Adam Schiff and the Democrats on their crazy impeachment quest against Donald Trump. Here's a sampling of the headlines so far. Now remember, we just announced the impeachment inquiry step yesterday. Here it is so far from Time Magazine. Biden inquiry may be weakest in history. Oh, yeah. From CNN, the most predictable impeachment investigation in American history. From Reuters, McCarthy opens long-shot impeachment probe of Biden. From MSNBC, McCarthy's Biden impeachment inquiry is the Benghazi investigation on steroids. These headlines are going to increase. We know what's coming. We know that they're working against us, against the American people in this case, and for the White House. They're on their team. We get it. CNN is reporting this week that the White House is urging news executives to ramp up scrutiny of our investigation. In fact, now there's a memo going around they sent to all the big news agencies. As if weaponizing the federal agencies wasn't enough, President Biden is now publicly directing the free press to play defense for him. And you know what? They're willingly going along with it. Mr. Speaker, why? I'm just going to ask this question. It's a rhetorical one. Nobody can answer it here, of course, but we're trying to seek the answers to this. I think we know. Why? If there was no impropriety, why wouldn't the president provide congressional investigators with all the information we've requested? What do they have to hide? The president could make the short trip from 1600 Pennsylvania tomorrow. He could sit down with our committees. He could clear his name. We could do that behind closed doors. We could do it very discreetly with all the protection he needs. In fact, we'd welcome it. I mean, let this be an open invitation to President Biden. I know the White House is recording all this. They're watching what we do here. Here's the open invitation. President Biden, Secretary Blinken, any of the Biden family members and associates, or anyone who seeks to clear their name. Anybody involved in this investigation at all, you can come right here. You are welcome here in Congress to our committees. We on the House Judiciary Committee, House Oversight Committee, Weaponization Committee, the Ways and Means Committee, any of them. Pick your committee, and we'll bring you in, and you can clear your name. Mr. Speaker, we would love to return our full focus to our regular and important work here. But the facts and our sworn oath to defend the Constitution require this inquiry. And I'll close this with this, and I'm going to bring up a couple of my colleagues who will share their thoughts as well. But remember that Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution itself expressly states that the sole power of impeachment belongs here to this House. And then Article 2, Section 4 says, listen to the language carefully, it's expressly written in the Constitution. This is not political talking points, we're not making this up. It says in Article 2, Section 4, that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. My friends, I just listed just a small sampling, just the tip of the iceberg of the credible allegations and the mounting evidence that shows that Joseph Biden has engaged in bribery schemes, pay-to-play schemes. This is what the evidence shows. We have to follow it. We took an oath to uphold the Constitution. The Constitution requires this action. The inquiry is the appropriate step. We have no choice to pursue the facts wherever they lead, and we will leave no stone unturned. Mr. Speaker, I yield time next to the great gentleman from Utah, Super Bowl champion, but also Congressman Burgess Owens.
Thank you, my friend from Louisiana. I rise today in full support of House Republicans' formal impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. 7 months ago, House Republicans returned oversight to the People's House. We worked consistently day after day to make your government more accountable, as promised in our commitment to America. Since January, concerning and credible allegations against President Joe Biden have emerged, including abuse of power, obstruction of justice, corrupt foreign business dealings, influence peddling schemes that led to tens of millions of dollars in the pockets of several members of the Biden family. So far, $20 million in profits to a family has nothing to do with our government at this point. I think we can all agree Americans deserve accountability from our president. Our impeachment inquiry is not a political ploy. It's an opportunity for Congress to continue its duty, digging into the potential of corruption and bringing facts to light. The evidence is very troubling. Eyewitnesses have testified to President Biden's involvement in phone calls, interactions, and dinners that resulted in significant financial gains for his son and his son's business partners. The Treasury Department alone has flagged more than 150 transactions involving the Biden family and other business associates as suspicious activity by U.S. banks. Even a trusted FBI informant has alleged a bribe to the Biden family. There's evidence that President Biden used his official office to coordinate with Hunter Biden's business partners regarding Hunter's role with Burisma, a Ukrainian energy company. These actions and more raise serious questions about the integrity of our highest office. Our government serves the interests of all Americans, not just a selected few. Rest assured, House Republicans will follow the evidence wherever it leads, and the truth will come to light. Thank you, my good friend from Louisiana, Representative Johnson, and for bringing this team together tonight. I yield back.
Thank you, my friends. Well said. Mr. Speaker, I yield next the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, for so much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague from Louisiana, thank you for the time. This is an important week when it comes to the vehicles that we have and the access to those vehicles. And so to that end, I rise in support of an upcoming bill, H.R. 1435, Preserving Choice in Vehicles Purchases Act. If the leftist central planners get their way, the internal combustion engine could be outlawed by 2035 or sooner. The Biden administration and big city do-gooders want to ban the internal combustion engine with climate change as the excuse. But the facts speak otherwise. In 2021, 93% of light-duty vehicles sold were powered by gasoline or flex fuel variants. From cleaner technologies, advanced fuels, and lower carbon emissions, the internal combustion engine continues to be valued by consumers from all walks of life. Consumer choice is essential in rural areas where farmers, ranchers, and small towns need access to reliable transportation and fuel. Forcing electric vehicles on the masses through compulsion defeats the very purpose of the consumer marketplace. H.R. 1435 stops the attack on reliable and affordable transportation options. Consumer choice in vehicles keeps education accessible, employment a reality, and healthcare options in reach. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of H.R. 1435. Thank you again to my colleague from Louisiana.
Mr. Felch, can I ask you a question before you leave the podium here? I was told today by automobile dealers who were in my district, or in my office from the district, that California, the state of California, has banned the combustion engine. Is that a rumor or is that true?
Well, that's that only in California can something like that be brought up. But yes, that's my understanding. That's the direction that they're going.
But isn't it true then that if California, which is one of the largest markets for vehicles, bans the sale of the combustion engine, then the car manufacturers, if they want to do business in California, are going to have to shift lots of their production lines to these vehicles that, by the way, no one wants, and they're not affordable or maintainable, because I understand if the battery goes out, it costs you another $100,000 for an already overpriced vehicle that no one wants or can fuel or can charge up. But then isn't that going to affect the automobile market in every other state? Your ability to get a truck or a car?
That affects everyone else. And we didn't even get into the whole topic of just the overall economic and environmental impact. The resources necessary to build these electric cars, the resources need to be sourced in unfriendly areas because we don't allow ourselves to produce those components here, talking about lead, talking about lithium, talking about the things that those need. And you probably know this, but if not, the places where that gets sourced is not exactly economic or environmentally friendly.
Exactly.
So this is a very bad situation, and it's up to us to try to do something about it.
I think the people are calling upon us to bring common sense to this equation because this other team, the other side, whoever's pushing this radical climate agenda is engaging in fantasy economics. The people in my state of Louisiana need their trucks and cars. They're not going to buy electric vehicles. They can't afford them, first of all. It's not practical. So there's nowhere to charge them in my state. So if we have a shortage of vehicles on the market, that's going to be a real problem. And I'm told delivery trucks are involved in this in California. And if you can't get the fruit shipped from California, that means the prices at the grocery store is going to go up as well. Everyone is going to suffer from this. Isn't that true?
That is true. This is and H.R. 1435 is not the only answer, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. Just keep our internal combustion engines alive and going. And by the way, the cleanliness of the vehicles that we have, the internal combustion engines that we have now, has been getting continually better and better and better and more efficient. And so this whole ruse about climate change being the purpose that this needs to happen is just totally flawed.
It's about government control. I thank you for your work on that, and we urge our colleagues to support the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield now to the gentleman from, speaking of California, the gentleman from the northern portions of California, Mr. Lamothe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Johnson from Louisiana, and also Mr. Fulcher from Idaho. I just happened to be going to speak with you about that subject on California. Now, California is a beautiful place, beautiful climate and terrain and territory. It's just its politics have gotten so upside down in the last pick a number of years, 40 years, 50 years, on not really being there to serve the people anymore, but to serve climate agendas and other crazy agendas I won't go into here tonight. You know, I live in the rural part of California. I like to say the normal part still, in the far north, where we farm and we ranch. We still attempt to do mining in order to produce the products that city people need. And if they didn't have us around to do those, then I don't know, they want to, I guess, import all of it, which seems to be the direction here. Let's import it all from China. So you know, one of the interesting things, I won't say funny because, well, the people watching might think it's funny because we do this ourselves, but our California Air Resource Board released a rule requiring all new cars in California that would be sold new to be zero-emission vehicles by 2035. Now, this was tried back in the 80s, where they said, well, we want, I believe maybe it was 1990, 10% of all cars sold by the year 2000, if I remember the numbers correctly, to be zero-emission vehicles. So what did we end up with was that the car companies were trying to make battery-powered vehicles that looked like glorified golf carts, or maybe those little rigs you saw in Fantasy Island that Tattoo was driving around in, to be legitimate vehicles you would have out on the roadway. You saw basically oversized golf carts with license plates on trying to somehow meet this mandate. Well, CARB figured that out at the time that it wasn't going to get there, so they relented on it. But now they're not relenting. So we have this mandate, not actually passed by the legislature, signed by the governor, but made by the California Air Resources Board, which is famous around the country for being heavy-handed on truckers and off-road vehicles and everything else. So here's the funny part. Just a few days after this mandate came out, our esteemed Governor Newsom had to publicly beg electric vehicle owners to not charge their cars due to concerns of the power grid and blackouts. He told them, hey, please don't charge your cars right now because our grid is overstretched during that particular time. So you have also a few months later, when the winter came in, residents in Sierra Nevada lost power for many days due to heavy snowstorms, knocking the power out. So they couldn't heat their homes and do normal things there. But if they had had also an electric vehicle, they couldn't even gotten out of there to go someplace where it was warm or for other needs, maybe emergency medical or what have you. We also have rolling blackouts that are common in the state, either due to overuse and not enough power on the grid to keep things going. So the industries in California, many of them have agreements with the utilities that they'll voluntarily shut down if they're called, if the grid looks like it's going to be overtaxed at a particular point. So you have manufacturers that have to lay off their workers for the rest of the day, stop production in order to pull offline and not use power because we don't have enough of a power grid in California. So, and then up in my area, because we have a forest issue, which our forests aren't managed as well as they should be, especially federal land, the U.S. Forest Service, where the power lines have been run through for many decades, where there's hydro generation, et cetera. Power may be coming in from another state. We don't get to maintain around the power lines like we used to because it might be an environmental concern. We can't take the trees down that you need to make sure that they can't swing if they're falling. They might fall within the path of those power lines if the tree, is taller than what the clearance is, right? So I had to pass a bill a couple years ago to make the process just a little bit easier to get a permit from Forest Service to do that on federal land. It's still not easy and it's still not very timely, but it got a little bit better. So we have that to deal with. They call it a public safety power shutoff. Especially affects part of my district. It seems like when I drive through Tehama County, sometimes during that time of year. Now they've improved it a little bit, but the whole county would be shut off because the wind blew and it might cause branches to blow into the power lines, therefore bad things happening, such as the Camp Fire, which 85 people died in Paradise, California, due to a power line problem a few miles east of there blowing through. And then other fires like the Carr Fire near Redding, Zog Fire, and many, many others. And then we saw, of course, the effect tragically in Hawaii that we just mourned this week, and that's what this red ribbon represents, because we're not managing the lands around power lines. And this is happening right in California at the same time that they're mandating more and more electricity use, forcing us into vehicles we can't afford or don't want. Also, they want to ban gas stoves and gas water heaters and make them be on the grid as well. I mean, you couldn't get any dumber with the stuff we're doing in that home state, that beautiful home state I have of California. Rolling blackouts. By miracle, last year they decided, well, we need to keep the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant going for another 5 years instead of maybe a 40-year permit. It was put in about 1982 when I was going to school down there at San Luis Obispo. And it had a much longer life than what they're allowing because, we don't like nukes, nukes are scary. Even though they make zero CO2, as does hydropower. Right now, they're in the process of tearing dams out to make hydroelectric power in my district, and they have their eyes on more up in Washington and other areas because, oh, it might be an environmental issue, you know. It's really absurd what we're doing ourselves. We're putting ourselves into the Stone Age so we can go live in caves and eat insects that these guys are prescribing for us, you know. It's just, it's disgusting. And so now they want to apply this towards our vehicles. You know, we've got the cleanest burning, most efficient vehicles ever being put out by the car manufacturers. But no, they don't look at it that way. They don't give credit for how much better and clean our LA Basin's air is cleaner than it has been. You know, you remember the 60s and 50s and all that and such. It's much cleaner now. We made so much progress on this, yet they just want to, because they have the power to or arbitrarily just think it's a feel-good policy, take these vehicles away, take car choice away from people. I remember the EPA under Andy Wheeler just a few years ago was trying to make it where people could have more affordable cars and not having this 54.5 mile per gallon mandate. Now, can you what does a 54.5 mile per gallon vehicle look like to you? Is that a car choice to you when that mandate was going to be fully fleshed out? I mean, most cars, you know, pretty good gas mileage cars get 30, 35, somewhere around there. A lot of others, you know, 20, 25, depending on what you want. But see, it isn't about your choice. It's about government deciding what you need or what you should have. You know, what is your neighborhood going to look like? How much do you get to travel anymore? All this massive control issues. So we have public safety power shutoffs. We have them tearing down the hydroelectric dams. And then the dams we still do have, they're requiring more and more of the water to go out in such a way that they don't even turn the turbines, but instead, we want the cold water to go out to lower the temperature of the river maybe by 1 degree, and it'll be a little bit better for the fish in the river. Or we want the water to come off the top of the lake that can't go through the turbines, because we want to save that colder water for later in the season so it can be 1 degree colder downriver for the fish. I mean, it's crazy. So when this first was announced by CARB, the governor of California, we sent him a letter, and to his CARB chair, Leanne Randolph, asking him to consider alternate policies to reduce emissions that do not add additional strain to the state's energy grid or restrictions on consumer choice. You know, choice. We all like that around here, don't we? So I thank my California public colleagues for joining me on sending a unified message, and believe that this letter has helped us get a bill on the floor this week, which is known as H.R. 1435, which the bill would prevent the U.S. EPA from issuing a waiver to California Air Resources Board in order to enact that rule the state is trying to do, without, again, legislation by the elected legislators. So, and this is what they've been using for a lot of years to put California even under a tighter scrutiny than a lot of the rest of the country, and it makes us uncompetitive in many aspects. So though 95% of vehicles on America's roads are run on internal combustion engines, they're using the acronym ICE these days, states like California are trying to pass these egregiously unrealistic emissions mandates to force American car manufacturers and others, foreign ones too, to prioritize EV manufacturing. Where are we going to mine the materials to make these? Where are we going to have the power on the grid to run them? You're going to have to change the power grid in neighborhoods to have the massive amount of transformers and the wires and the poles and the insulators and all that in order to have these charging units inside people's homes in their garages. They aren't taking that into account. It's just this la-di-da, pie-in-the-sky deal. We'll just mandate it and it'll be great by 2035. And the idea that people just can't afford these vehicles, as many of them are sometimes $17,000 to $20,000 more for the equivalent same size, same usage type vehicle. They don't care. So a whole bunch of the country's economy would be affected by this, because probably a bunch of other states would follow California's ideas on this with this waiver that they're seeking. So it's a real market manipulation that nobody has asked for other than the do-gooders in Congress, at the state level, and others that are forcing us in many ways in our lives. They want to force us what kind of home we live in, what we eat, what we drive, and how we power our stoves and our water heaters. Now, I mentioned a little bit ago how the grid got knocked out in some of the mountainous areas after the storm there, so you think, well, at least people can go turn on their generator in order to provide some electricity and some heat in their home, perhaps. No. They want to ban gas-powered or fuel-powered generators, too, okay? So I'm wondering, what are you supposed to run a generator on if you can't run it on gas or diesel or natural gas or a propane tank or something you might have nearby? What are you supposed to run it on when the power goes out? If you live in a rural area where it frequently public safety power shutoffs or fire or other things happen that knock out the grid, what are you supposed to do? They just make up the mandates, man. You know, Governor Newsom, who is maybe aspiring to be president, I warn you people across the country who are watching, don't fall for this stuff. You know, I like to joke around a little bit. I'm from California. People, don't do what we do, okay? It's going to affect your privacy. It's going to affect your freedom. It'll affect basic choices, affect your economy of your household and of your state. So we don't even nearly have the EV charging systems that it would take to have them close enough and enough of them on site. You ought to see the lines there we have. Like there's one place down in San Luis Obispo, you can see the cars just all lined up. All the Teslas and all these other folks lined up, waiting for the opportunity to plug onto one of these things for 2 hours and go about their way, about their business as they travel. You probably heard about the story. I think the guy was from Michigan. He bought, I believe, the new Ford electric truck and was going to go camping with it. Well, he made it about 1 or 2 states away and finally had to give up on it. And I think he went and bought a Dodge Cummins diesel in order to complete his family camping trip because it was way oversold as what it could do versus what it actually do. So getting back to the bill, we don't want to empower California and perhaps up to 17 other states with this EPA waiver that they can force this stuff upon the people and take away their choices, their mobility, you know, to do what they need to do. Ask a guy who's a contractor, a roofing company, or a farmer, a rancher, a miner, a logger. Do they need their F-250 or do they want to get a fleet of 5 Priuses to go do the same job? You know, they need to have choices and these mandates. This is at a time when we got, as I said, the cleanest running, most efficient vehicles we've ever made. And, oh, we got to cut down the CO2, climate change. Climate change, give me a break. CO2 is only 0.04% of our atmosphere. They act like it's the end of the world. CO2 is an important building block for plant life. Everything's made out of carbon. And they act like, because they've been able to dream this up as a killer, that we have to stop all things that make CO2. Well, I'll tell you what, if we're too good at this, if we go below 0.02%, plant life starts dying off. Now, we'll never be that good at getting rid of CO2, but we're going to spend trillions doing it, and we're going to make ourselves a third world country here while China and others keep going ahead. Even though I believe our Governor Newsom's running over to China for a visit to talk about climate change. Meanwhile, we have one of the worst homeless problems in the state of California, and our economy isn't that great either. And our water situation isn't that great either, as even though we were blessed with so much rain this year, we need to build water storage for people. We need to build that for our agriculture so we can supply this nation with the food it needs from California. With so many of our crops, 90+% come from California. You wouldn't have your almonds, you wouldn't have your tomatoes, you wouldn't have your pistachios, you wouldn't have many things that come from California, but we're prioritizing this nonsense of taking away people's vehicles and climate change that it gets preached on half the time around here, and every policy in this place has to be run through a climate change filter, even though it's nonsense that CO2, once again, is only 0.04% of our atmosphere, and it's not a killer because carbon is a building block of everything we live off of. So please, call your Congress member and tell them to support H.R. 1435 and don't empower California to control your state and your economy by mandating what kind of vehicles, not only because it's going to affect, it will ripple out from our whacked out state to your state, okay? And what vehicles you're going to drive and how you're going to do business in your business. So please check that out and support the bill. Thank you for the time, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate it.
Thank you, my friend. And sadly, what happens in California, that giant market out there, affects the entire country. So I appreciate you shining light on that. Mr. Speaker, I will wind down our special order hour just by returning to the issue of the impeachment inquiry. Even as I have been sitting here, I'm tired tonight. It's been a long day. I got a question from a Hill reporter about some of the senators in the other chamber and their reaction to our bringing forward the impeachment inquiry. And I just want to say that, you know, to speak very frankly, whether or not the Senate is courageous enough to confront the alleged corruption of President Biden is not not really the House's concern. As I mentioned earlier, it's Article 1 of the Constitution, Section 2, that gives the sole power of impeachment to us in the House. We are supposed to investigate these things. We have to do it. It's our constitutional responsibility. They will later try the matter if it comes to them. If our committee uncovers evidence, if our investigations uncover evidence that lead to an impeachment vote indeed, then it will be incumbent when we send it over to the Senate to decide if they want to engage with those facts. They'll have to answer to their own constituents and voters and the American people. But we will have done our job here. If the inquiry comes up fruitless, let's say some evidence is determined and uncovered that completely exonerates President Biden, then we will have concluded a legitimate congressional inquiry as directed by the Constitution. And we will be satisfied with that, and the American people will be satisfied. Some will be frustrated, whatever happens at the outcome of this, but the Constitution will have been followed and upheld. And on our side, that is the most important thing here. Mr. Speaker, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. And the Chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R. 2544, an act to improve the organ procurement and transplantation network and for other purposes.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, we once again have seen the majority party unable to govern. Defense bill was scheduled today, and apparently the majority party cannot get its act together, and so we're not considering the defense bill today. Unfortunately, the Republicans seem to be frozen by their own dysfunction. It is interesting that we have scheduled today to show the work that the 117th Congress did that is making such a positive effect today in America. Today, we ought to reflect on what Democrats accomplished by standing together last Congress with some bipartisan support. The 117th Congress was one of the most productive in American history because Democrats united behind a common cause, investing in America, making us stronger, safer, healthier, and more competitive in the 21st century. Now, the historic investments we made to create jobs, lower costs, and build the economy from the bottom and middle out are coming to fruition. Conveying the scale of these laws' positive impact on our country is no easy task, especially in a single hour. And we do not expect to do it in this hour alone. We can look at the past 32 months of consecutive job growth in America, however. We can point to the 13.5 million new jobs, including 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in the last 2.5 years, added to our economy under the Biden-Harris administration. The previous administration, by comparison, Mr. Speaker, added 500,000 manufacturing jobs to the economy in the first 3 years before the pandemic. Indeed, we created more jobs in 2 years than any prior administration has added in a single 4-year term. We pushed the unemployment rate to a generational low, with more Americans working today than at any point in our nation's history. Rather than stalling out into recession, our economy continues to boom because Democrats put people over politics to invest in America. Goldman Sachs just put out a report estimating that we will see another 200,000 manufacturing jobs in the next 2 years alone. That makes 1 million new manufacturing jobs incorporated in what will then be a 15 million new jobs accomplishment. With inflation threatening to eat into more take-home pay for working Americans last Congress, Democrats stepped up to pass policies to reduce costs, raise wages, and create jobs. The results are now in. It worked, and it's still working. Wages continue to go up, inflation continues to go down, and our economy continues to grow at a steady pace. There are many factors at play, Mr. Speaker, in the global economy, but we owe these strong economic trends in no small part to the laws we enacted in the last Congress. Economic strength alone, however, doesn't capture all that these laws are accomplishing for the American people. The best way to understand how these laws are transforming our nation for all Americans is to meet Americans where they are, to hear firsthand how these policies are making a difference in their lives and the lives of their family. This year, Mr. Speaker, members of the Regional Leadership Council, appointed by Minority Leader, Democratic Leader Jeffries, have had those conversations with countless Americans at schools, hospitals, union halls, small businesses, VA clinics, farms, and factories across the country. We have also sought to identify further funding opportunities, implement these policies, and inform the public about how they can access these programs and opportunities. Mr. Speaker, tonight we want to show Americans how their tax dollars are building a better future for their families and communities. We're working with Democrats to ensure that those investments reach every community in every corner of the country. And we look forward to working with Republicans to do the same. It doesn't seem to be your focus, their focus right now, but maybe it will be. All Americans deserve to feel the impact of these policies, whether they live on the quietest country road or the loudest city street. Because investing in America, Mr. Speaker, means investing in all of America. Over the next hour, the members of the Regional Leadership Council will detail our implementation progress and show how investing in America's agenda is changing lives. I will now turn over to my colleagues, and I yield first to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto.
I thank the gentleman from Maryland for this great opportunity. The last Congress was the most productive in over 50 years. With the leadership of President Biden and Democrats in the House and Senate with the help of some moderate Republicans, we were able to pass landmark legislation, the core of which in our economic agenda was the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which had a bipartisan vote. The CHIPS Act, also bipartisan vote, and the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm honored to serve on the Regional Leadership Council as we talk about investing in America. This is about progress. And I'm honored to represent on that council both my home state of Florida and Georgia. In Florida, we're slated for up to $50 billion in infrastructure improvements. It means roads and bridges in places like I-4 in Central Florida, which has been mired in traffic for years because of our great growth. It means a new airport tower in Tampa that our Representative Castro worked on for their growing city. It means for ports across the state. We literally quadrupled the budget for ports in Florida because of these efforts. I got to visit Cape Canaveral, and the work they're doing there in the top cruise line destination port in the world. Expansions there. South Florida, water projects to help with clean water, as well as ports have also been huge. And we see these types of expansions also at our airports, like Orlando International Airport with a new Terminal C and expansions there. We've seen hundreds of thousands of jobs be created in Florida because of these infrastructure projects. We're seeing local iron workers and electrical workers, local operating engineers, working on these major projects as Central Floridians are gathering together, as well as Floridians from across the state. You know, a surprising fact, Florida had more lead pipes than any other state. That was a big surprise. And now we have funding coming in to help out everything from school kids to seniors that live in mobile home developments. We're also seeing a huge amount of work around the Inflation Reduction Act. Georgia is cleaning up right now in making electric vehicles, electric batteries, and even recycling EV batteries, with both Hyundai and Rivian joining in those areas. In fact, when we were in our Energy and Commerce Committee, we had gentlemen from Georgia who had to change their tune on the very bill that was being discussed before, attacking EVs, because there are so many jobs coming into Georgia to help out. And of course, the CHIPS and Science Act. This, coupled with these other bills, are doubling the amount of manufacturing, construction, and investment in our nation. We are the envy of the world right now in the manufacturing that we have going on. In our own state, we focus on aerospace chips, chips to help out with satellites and rockets, to help out with the harsh conditions of space and aerospace. And we were just named a finalist for the biggest CHIPS Act in the state in Central Florida. And we're going to continue to work with them and also with Green Garden Village, the biggest Inflation Reduction Act project, making EV batteries. And so thank you so much to the gentleman from Georgia, my leader, always will be my leader, Steny Hoyer, for bringing us together to talk about progress, to talk about jobs, to talk about manufacturing and clean energy as we continue to invest in America and move our nation forward. And I yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman for his comments, and I now yield to the gentleman from Northern California, Congressman Huffman.
I thank the gentleman from Maryland, and Mr. Hoyer, let me also thank you for doing such a great job steering this Regional Leadership Council through our work so that we can highlight how Democrats are investing in America and putting people over politics. Others have mentioned the legislative package that we were able to put on President Biden's desk in the last Congress, all the transformative, historic bills, the American Rescue Plan, bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, and much more. We are bringing down inflation. We are growing the economy. We're rebuilding this country for the 21st century, lowering prescription drug costs, and a lot more. And you know, during that incredibly productive 2-year period where President Biden had a Democratic House and a Democratic Senate, we also showed you can govern in Congress and you can do big things that matter to people, contrary to what we're seeing with this Keystone Cops episode in the Republican majority in this Congress. Now, as the representative for Region 2, and that's Northern California, Alaska, and Hawaii, I've had a laser focus on bringing these investments home for some of the most consequential issues that we're up against. And today I want to highlight 2 of those big priorities: investments for tribes and solutions to manage our increasingly difficult water challenges in the West. I proudly represent a region rich with indigenous diversity. Throughout my time in Congress, I've worked with tribes to address the various issues affecting these communities, from critical infrastructure to reviving ecosystems on the brink of collapse. And one element of critical infrastructure that's been neglected for way too long is broadband expansion. In today's digital age, access to affordable high-speed internet is not a luxury, it is a necessity, but there's still a staggering digital divide, especially in Indian country. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we're beginning to change that. We've been building out broadband infrastructure to connect tribes with internet access that is essential to economic development, education, public safety, and quality of life. A lot of the grants are flowing to our communities thanks to the $3 billion tribal broadband connectivity program that we created last Congress. Just last month, I got to tour a local project in Covelo with the Round Valley tribe, very remote part of my district. And they are working with this grant funding to expand broadband to connect 726 tribal households, 3 tribal businesses, 7 tribal community anchor institutions, including a health clinic. This is game-changing stuff. The infrastructure law is also helping with a project that's incredibly important to tribes in my region, restoring the Klamath River Basin. The Karuk, Hupa, and Yurok tribes' way of life has revolved around the Klamath River since time immemorial, but 4 dilapidated hydro dams on that river have decimated it. So now, with the help from the bipartisan infrastructure law, those dams are finally coming down. They don't impact anyone's water supply, but they are going to help bring this river back to life thanks to the work that we've done. And on top of all that, the Interior Department just announced $150 million from the IRA to electrify homes in tribal communities. These are real results happening for populations that have been underserved and left to the wayside for far too long. Now let's switch quickly to talk about the looming crisis with water infrastructure and resiliency in the West. Every community in our region, rural or urban, has to deal with the impacts of crippling droughts year after year. The climate crisis is driving severe conditions, historically low water allocations. We've got our work cut out for us. We need to prioritize equitable, green, and proven-to-work solutions that help communities adapt, like large-scale water recycling. And that's exactly what we're doing. We included the largest investment in Western water infrastructure in decades in our work in the last Congress. And to date, we've invested $310 million from the bipartisan infrastructure law for projects that advance water recycling and reuse. In fact, in the North Bay, where I represent, a reuse authority program just received $6.9 million for these types of projects. There are a lot of groundbreaking initiatives underway right now to combat drought in the West because of the work that we did. Under the IRA, we made $25 million a $25 million investment to fund a pilot project that just makes too much sense. In California, we have all of these aqueducts and canals that have evaporative water loss and could have solar panels covering them to reduce that loss and generate clean, renewable energy. We now have a pilot project to enable that kind of innovation, a win-win solution because of the work we did. All of this is happening on the ground in our communities, and it is proof that investing in America pays off. We should all take note. Thank you, Mr. Hoyer, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Investing in America, making a difference for people, that's what we're doing. And I now yield to the gentlelady from Delaware, Ms. Lisa Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyer. To my good friend and to the leader, thank you for organizing this special order hour, and especially for your steadfast leadership of the Regional Leadership Council. What I love about Steny is that his whole focus was, this is about implementation, but it's also about informing people about all the things that have been done to support the American people. And so I want to thank you. I want to thank Leader Hakeem Jeffries for creating and organizing our group. And I'm honored to represent my colleagues of Region 9, which includes the states of New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, the District of Columbia, and my home state, Delaware. Our region, like the entire Regional Leadership Council, has been focused on the implementation of the historic legislation passed in the 117th Congress and signed into law by President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. When Democrats put people over politics and delivered transformational change. Leaders like Representative Jennifer McCullen in Virginia's 4th Congressional District have delivered results for her constituents. Funding to reconnect Richmond's historic Jackson Ward neighborhood that was split in half during the construction of the interstate highway system. This funding was delivered through the bipartisan infrastructure law, reconnecting communities. Chairman Bobby Scott was able to secure over $400 million for the city of Norfolk, Virginia's 3rd Congressional District, to help create more climate-resilient infrastructure in the face of increased flooding. Kwesi Mfume, the congressman, as well as John Sarbanes and Dutch Ruppersberger, also celebrated the launch of a new workforce hub in Baltimore that came as a direct result of the CHIPS and Science Act. And the hub will help train workers to step into good-paying jobs and build the region's skilled workforce, all while catalyzing investments in clean energy. These stories are just some of the stories all around Region 9, including Delaware, where after decades of effort, families waiting and struggling when nobody believed them, our veterans in this country started a movement for better health care. And we, under Democratic leadership, not only believed them, but fought for them, and were able to turn that into action with the passage of the PACT Act. Before you here is the result of a resource fair that we did in Delaware. My office did a constituent resource fair where we had hundreds of Delawareans come out to learn about resources from dozens of federal, state, and nonprofit agencies. But on the spot, 30 veterans were able to sign up and be screened for the PACT Act. Those were benefits that now those families will be able to have. In addition, and for me this is personal and goes back over 20 years, finally, I want to tell the story of a small town in Delaware called Ellendale, a rural community reliant on well water. Residents of Ellendale had been forced to bathe, to cook with, to drink dirty water. They had fought for decades to secure a local connection to clean and reliable drinking water. They're holding the water in their hands. With the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law and the historic investments made through the Inflation Reduction Act, small rural towns like Ellendale will finally be able to open their taps and know that clean, drinkable water will be flowing from them, meaning that they will be healthier and able to thrive. Again, I am so proud of the work that we have been able to do. Lastly, I would just say this. All of our work has expanded drinking water across this country. State revolving drinking water funds have gotten $14 billion, provided over $500 million directly to small and disadvantaged communities, over $500 million to remediate lead contamination, and included was a provision that I authored for the first of its kind low-income water bill assistance program. I will end with this. We came out of a pandemic as a country. Don't forget where we came from. This Congress, the 117th, with President Joe Biden, passed historic legislation that will provide for the American people clean drinking water, clean air, access to internet, cheaper health care, newer roads and bridges, more jobs. Bottom line, we put politics to the side and we supported the people, and we didn't just do it with words, we did it with action. We delivered. Delaware delivered for you, and we deliver for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr.
I thank the
Hoyer,
gentlelady for talking about how the impact of the Investing in America agenda has worked for America and Americans. At this point in time, I want to yield to Grace Ming from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyer, and for your leadership and for organizing this special order hour for the Regional Leadership Council, and to our Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for giving me the opportunity to represent our New York region. When Democrats held the majority in the 117th Congress, we did not waste a moment making President Biden's Investing in America agenda a reality. I'm proud to report our bold agenda is delivering unprecedented federal investments to the state of New York. I see every day how these investments are creating well-paying jobs, improving my state's infrastructure, increasing green energy production, lowering energy costs for families, and bringing 21st century industries to our state. In just 2 years, New York has received over $12 billion in public infrastructure and clean energy funding and is slated to receive billions more in the coming years. But beyond the numbers, what do these investments look like in New York? It looks like Micron investing $20 billion within this decade in semiconductor manufacturing in Clay, New York. $254 million to make more train and subway stations accessible to people with disabilities, $175 million for infrastructure improvements for our airports, including $111 million for JFK and $56 million for LaGuardia, but also for our dozens of smaller regional airports that so many communities rely on, like $14 million for Long Island MacArthur. $18.3 million for the purchase of over 50 electric school buses for our public school students, and $664 million for providing fiber optic infrastructure to cities and towns without internet service. These investments are transforming New York right before our eyes. So the next time you see a lane closed on the highway for construction, or a neighbor installing solar panels, or an EV charging station open on your way to work, or a decrepit bridge being replaced, there is a good chance that the Investing in America agenda helped make that possible. I also want to take time today to talk about the Investing in America agenda's climate-resilient infrastructure investments, the largest of its kind in American history. The impacts of climate change are here, and millions of Americans are suffering the consequences. Storms, flooding, heat waves, and wildfires are occurring with greater intensity and frequency. It is causing unprecedented damage, tragically taking lives and even entire communities. In my own Queens district, lives were lost to stormwater flooding 2 years ago during Hurricane Ida. But the Investing in America agenda is making our communities safer and our infrastructure more resilient to these impacts. We're investing $8.7 billion to ensure roadways can withstand natural hazards and that communities have safe evacuation routes. $8.2 billion across programs designed to reduce the risk of and detect and fight wildfires. $3.5 billion for the flood mitigation program to help flood-prone communities reduce the risk of flood damage to homes and businesses, and so much more. These investments from Democrats and President Biden and Vice President Harris, in addition to the massive investments we're making in fighting the climate change crisis, will help protect communities and save lives. I yield back to the gentleman from Maryland.
Again, I thank the gentlelady for bringing to the American people's attention the consequences of the investments we have made in America and how it has impacted our families and our friends all over this country. And I now yield to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Madeline Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyer. It's a delight to be with you tonight. Last Congress was the most productive Congress since 1964. Democrats in the House and Senate, alongside the Biden administration, invested in America and in our communities. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act. The scope of just these three bills is immense for everyone, everywhere. Because whether your district is red, blue, or purple, these monumental laws will reach you and help transform where you live, where you work, where you play into something greener and safer. With the largest investment in our planet in our lifetime, we're reimagining the fight against the climate crisis. That means building more resilient roads, stronger bridges to withstand a changing climate. It means expanding our EV infrastructure. It means manufacturing. And in Region 10 that I represent, these dollars will guide us from the Rust Belt to revitalization. We're seeing this work already. In Pennsylvania, in Representative Cristaluzio's district, in the west of Pennsylvania, we've invested $3.5 million to connect Moon Township to a new economic hub that'll create 1,900 construction jobs and generate $14 million annually for the community. In Susan Wild's district in the Northeast, we're investing more than $36 million to upgrade roads, highways, and bridges, like Cementon Bridge, to better connect the Lehigh Valley. And in the entire southeastern region of Pennsylvania, where I'm from, we're investing more than $200 million to improve roadways, I-95, 676, the Boulevard, and Route 1. Our Commonwealth is becoming better connected. The same can be said for West Virginia, $1.6 billion for its roads, bridges, public transit, and so much more, including I-64 connecting West Virginia's two largest cities, Charleston and Huntington, making an hour commute safer and more efficient, making a huge difference for residents, commercial vehicles, and tourists who love West Virginia's wild and wonderful scenery. The federal government is helping to fund an upgrade to I-64 that is long overdue. And because of our work, more than $26 million has already been dedicated to upgrade I-64, US 35, and more to come. Whether it's US 35 or I-75, Ohio is using this federal funding to upgrade their roads as well. Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur's district celebrated the reopening of DeSalle Bridge, a newly built section of I-75 in Toledo, with the help of more than $12 million from the infrastructure law. In Northeast Ohio, my colleague, Congresswoman Amelia Sykes, 20 highways, interchanges, and off-ramps. And in Congressman Greg Landsman's district, we're investing $1.6 billion into the Brent Spence Bridge, ensuring safety. In a state like Ohio, upgrading roads, bridges means better connections that will grow its economy in Ohio, but for its Kentucky. And speaking of Kentucky, it is the #1 producer of cars, light trucks, and SUVs in our nation. And it's one of the nation's leaders in electric vehicle battery parks. Look at that. A so-called red state is leading us in being green. And recently, EV battery plants in Kentucky, alongside neighboring Tennessee, received the largest federal investment ever made to the auto industry. Across Kentucky, like in my colleague Congressman Morgan McGarvey's district, officials are committed to smartly serving growing hybrid and electric vehicle market. Because it's not just where we're driving, it's what we're driving. And it's not only good for our planet, but it's good for jobs. EV manufacturing will provide more than 10,000 jobs for Kentuckians. So whether a red state or a blue state, we are all in this moment together, a moment where we can once again transform our nation into a powerhouse of manufacturing. That's what government is about. It is not about bickering or faux impeachment inquiries or shutting government down. No, because what we are doing with this impressive list of investments is showing that government can work and must work for the people, for our planet, for our children. And with that, Mr. Hoyer, I thank you and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her comments, making it clear that we invested, just didn't spend money, we invested to make America better and American lives better. And now yield to the gentlelady from Minnesota, the gentlelady Angie Craig.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the work of the Regional Leadership Council. You know, my colleagues and I, we just got back to D.C. after an extended work period in our districts. It was a busy, busy time in the South Metro of Minnesota, but also across the Midwest. To me, being busy is a really good thing. Busy means things are happening. Small businesses are opening, roundtable discussions, ribbon cuttings, shovels in dirt, town halls, and yes, a whole lot of harvesting is about to be happening across the Midwest, including corn and soybeans across my congressional district. But this work period was busy for a very particular reason. We passed the 1-year anniversary of the Inflation Reduction Act, and we were able to celebrate the benefits that this legislation has already brought home, and in particular to rural communities. I want to take a minute and put this legislation into perspective about what it's already done and what it will continue to do for Midwest communities. Let me start with the Inflation Reduction Act's historic investment in homegrown biofuels infrastructure, the largest this nation has ever made. E15 and biofuels production are key for our ag communities and environments. They expand markets for family farmers, support economic growth in rural communities, and they are a solution that we have available today to help us address climate change. You know, across Region 3, these credits are providing family farmers and producers with the support and resources that they need to sustain and grow their operations, enabling them to continue feeding and fueling our country. You know, earlier this summer, the Department of Agriculture awarded their first awardees for the IRA's Higher Blend Fuels Infrastructure Program. Half of the awards went to states in Region 3 alone. You know, the signing of the Inflation Reduction Act also signaled a historic investment in our nation's infrastructure. Infrastructure investments are a win-win for America's workers, business, and communities. They just make sense. In Minnesota, we've received $3.8 billion in infrastructure and clean energy investments, including federal dollars to make our roads, our bridges, public transits, and airports safer, deploy clean water projects, and provide broadband funding to make sure our rural communities can access the high-speed internet they deserve. And these investments we're building right here in Region 3. We have about $1 billion headed to Wisconsin. If you know anything about Minnesota, we are very competitive with Wisconsin. But as a Region 3 representative, I am so proud to say that those dollars are going to the Midwest through the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program to provide high-speed internet to 253,000 homes and small businesses. $73 million heading to Michigan through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law's Bridge Investment Program to replace the 85-year-old Lafayette Avenue Bridge, which serves as a critical passage point in the state's economy, and the list, of course, goes on. You know, each of these infrastructure projects will play a critical role in building a safer, stronger America, and I personally cannot wait to see every single one of them come to life. You know, I'm going to end with personal privilege, Mr. Hoyer. I spent about 20 years working in the medtech industry, and since entering Congress, working to lower health care costs has been one of my highest priorities. Given that, I thought I would just end my remarks by sharing a story of a man, a constituent of mine named Bob Miller. Bob relies on Medicare, and for years, about a decade, he's relied on a prescription drug to treat his debilitating MS flare-ups. But over a decade, Bob has seen the price of his drug skyrocket and was ultimately forced to stop taking the drug that he relies on because even with insurance, the price of that drug was just too expensive. Bob's story is heartbreaking but unsurprising. We all know people across America who have to make those same critical decisions each and every day. Because here in the richest country in the world, people like Bob have been forced to make the decision to forego life-sustaining medications because it's just too expensive. When we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, we allowed Medicare the power to negotiate, to start negotiating drug prices across our country. Good old-fashioned competition to help lower drug costs for our seniors. I don't understand for the life of me how my colleagues cannot be in favor of good old-fashioned competition. Many American seniors are now and will be able to live happier, healthier lives as a result of this legislation. And that, my friends, deserves to be celebrated. I look forward to continuing to see the benefits of all of these important pieces of legislation. And with that, Mr. Hoyer, thank you for convening us, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her contribution to showing how investing in America has made a difference in rural America and made a healthier America. And now I yield to the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Kilmer.
I thank the gentleman from Maryland. Mr. Speaker, in my region, you'll find the Investing in America agenda in full swing. Since Congress delivered the bipartisan infrastructure law to President Biden's desk, infrastructure investments totaling nearly $6 billion have been announced in my state of Washington alone. Roads and bridges and ports and water systems, and even some investments that haven't led cable news. Just last month, in my district, we celebrated nearly $20 million to support healthy salmon populations, which are vital to our culture and to our way of life and to jobs, for hatcheries, for habitat, for culverts. When the founders of my state built our roads, they often did so over rivers and streams. We have culverts intended for fish passage that, simply put, don't work. And you don't hear a lot about that piece of the infrastructure law, but it is a big deal, whether you're a sportsman or a citizen of one of the 12 tribes that I represent, or just someone who appreciates nature. These investments matter. To the north of my district, the representative from Washington's 2nd District, Rick Larson, who is the ranking member of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, recently hosted a bipartisan forum focused on showcasing the benefits coming to ports. As Leader Hoyer has said time and again, let's make it in America. These investments in ports make sure that the things we make in America can get sold all over the world. In my own district, the Port of Grace Harbor has been awarded a $25.5 million grant for an export terminal. And to be clear, that will help export American products all over the Pacific Rim. In downtown Seattle, our colleague from Washington's 7th District, Pramila Jayapal, organized an event at the Salmon Bay Bridge. This bridge is on track to receive $25 million for the rehabilitation of its movable span, ensuring it can accommodate shipping boats efficiently. But listen, Washington isn't the only state whose residents are benefiting from these investments. In Colorado, Diana DeGette, our colleague from the 1st District of Colorado, celebrated the noteworthy replacement of the 112-year-old Alameda Bridge in Denver. Spanning Interstate 25 and the South Platte River, that bridge holds the distinction of being the oldest highway bridge in the state. Speaker, it's no exaggeration that we are seeing historic investments made possible by the President's agenda, working with our caucus. And at its core, it's about critical infrastructure investments that are happening throughout our nation every day, because infrastructure is fundamental for a thriving economy and for a community. I've seen it firsthand. I worked in economic development before I got to Congress, and we've seen these investments. It's not just about the roads under our feet, the bridges we cross. It's not just about pipelines for clean water to our homes or trains delivering us to our hometowns. It's about technology, too. A while back, I visited a tribe in my district on the coast of Washington. It's as rural as people in this chamber could possibly imagine. And we stopped at their library, and I said, is this where your students study? And they said, we don't have internet in this library. That's just unacceptable. And the fact is, the bipartisan infrastructure law is going to connect people to broadband in a big way, so that if you're an entrepreneur or a senior or a student in a rural classroom, that you can get online, so that you can connect your business or have a telehealth visit or take an online class. We are seeing the benefits of this Investing in America agenda and the commitment to re-energizing and strengthening our communities, including rural communities that I represent. We are helping people make it in America, and we're seeing that in the region that I come from on the West, and I couldn't be more excited about what's ahead. And I thank the leader for pulling us together and for his leadership.
I thank the gentleman from Washington State who's made such a difference in this Congress, making sure that people understand that we have invested in America and their lives are better. Now I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the gentleman from Maryland for yielding the time. I rise today with an update for the American people. We are investing in America, and it is paying off. Like every other representative in this room, I just returned to D.C. after a district work period.
Who's next?
Back in Southern California, I heard story after story about transformative changes in our communities that are going on, all thanks to bills and programs that President Joe Biden signed into law after we passed them right here in Congress. I met with employees at Capstone Energy Corporation, one of the many successful clean energy companies that employ over 37,000 people in my district and are working to advance our carbon reduction goals. With support from the Inflation Reduction Act, businesses like Capstone will grow and hire more employees to help us transition to a cleaner energy future. I sat down with veterans to speak with them about what we're doing in Congress to go beyond thanking them for their service. We talked about benefits they can access through the PACT Act and support they can receive from 988's Veteran Crisis Line, initiatives championed by House Democrats and signed into law by President Biden. Recently at a roundtable, local healthcare workers explained to me how lower drug prices for people on Medicare are making a big difference. House Democrats and President Biden are committed to making health care more affordable, and that includes lowering the prices of drugs that our seniors need. That's why we capped the price of insulin. Anyone who takes insulin every day to stay alive knows just how life-changing lower insulin prices are. Before we brought prices down, the high cost of insulin forced many people with diabetes to make extremely risky decisions like rationing insulin because they just couldn't afford to buy more. I know how devastating diabetes can be, especially when you can't afford to manage it. My dad, Andres Cardenas, died at the age of 67, and I can tell you from personal experience how painful it is to watch someone you love choose between providing for his family and getting life-saving medicine. No one in America should ever have to do that. No family should suffer through that. That's why congressional Democrats and the Biden administration are working so hard to lower drug prices for Americans so that no one has to watch a loved one suffer from an illness that they just cannot afford to treat. Thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, the Biden administration has successfully capped out-of-pocket insulin prices for those on Medicare at $35 a month. It was momentum behind these policy ideas that moved insulin manufacturers to lower costs across the board on insulin products. This will allow people to live longer, healthier lives. We know mental health is just as important as our physical health. This summer, America celebrated 1 year since the launch of 988, the number for the new suicide crisis lifeline that anybody in America can call 24 hours a day. The 988 system is saving lives. Back home, D.D. Hirsch Mental Health Services, the lead crisis center for the Lifeline in California, released data showing that California centers answered over 280,000 calls, chats, and texts, with 98% of these contacts getting resolved. Communities across America are thriving because of the investments that congressional Democrats and President Biden has made in our futures. We're rebuilding crumbling infrastructure and designing new transportation, ensuring that all Americans have access to high-speed internet, lowering drug prices, providing mental health resources, giving our veterans the resources they need, and kickstarting job creation around the country. I'm so proud of what we have been able to accomplish, and I look forward to all that we will accomplish with President Biden, and I invite our Republican colleagues to join us. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman from California for his observations with respect to investing in America, making a healthier America, healthier families, both from a physical health standpoint and a mental health standpoint. Now I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Hoyer, thank you very much for this great opportunity, and thank you for your incredible leadership in leading this Regional Leadership Council. Special thank you to our leader, Leader Jeffries, for this very significant appointment to serve on this committee with so many outstanding members of Congress. I'm proud to be the representative of Region 7 on the House Democrats Regional Leadership Council, representing Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. In Louisiana, the month of August is known for its hurricanes. To see what climate change looks like, I invite you to visit us. Storms, floods, sea level rise, our lives, our homes, our cultures are literally on the line. I was honored to have my friend, Senior Advisor Mitch Landrieu, back home during the district work period to talk about critical funding Democrats secured during the 117th Congress through the bipartisan infrastructure law to help combat the crisis in our climate. We announced new climate resilience funding through 2 competitive grant programs, marking a pivotal moment in safeguarding our communities and building a more resilient nation. Democrats are dedicating more money to FEMA to empower communities nationwide to proactively reduce their vulnerability to floods, hurricanes, droughts, wildfires, extreme heat, and other climate-induced hazards. These are real. As it was said earlier, what a shame that some would suggest it isn't real, that it's a hoax. Ask the people throughout America if they believe it's a hoax. Louisiana will receive funds through both grant programs. Specifically, we had 55 projects selected, totaling $207 million statewide, In my district alone, receiving $96.5 million. These dollars reflect recognition of the growing threats posed by climate change and a commitment to addressing these issues head on. The benefits of these programs are happening all over Region 7. FMA and BRIC grants are awarded to Alabama, $27,500, Mississippi, $2.4 million, North Carolina, $7.6 million, South Carolina, $1.2 million, BRIC grants, Mississippi, $315,000, North Carolina, $163 million, South Carolina, $40.7 million. These investments in Region 7 are being used for projects like installing standalone emergency generators to be used in power failures affecting some 30,308 folks in Mississippi, protecting North Carolina's water supply in Justice 40 projects, and alleviating repetitive flood loss to critical lifeline utilities and emergency support services, and ensuring a South Carolina water treatment plant supply during flood events. Millions of Americans bear the brunt of climate change's impact every year. Whether through drought, extreme heat, wildfires, or floods, Louisiana knows the truth better than anybody else. These projects are not just infrastructure. They're lifelines that strengthen the fabrics of our community. We know that these are real. We know that it's making a difference. Democrats have been fighting for these issues and providing not just talk, but real action. The cost of war has been real, and we've seen it in every way. The honoring of our PACT Act addresses the full scope of issues affecting toxics exposed to veterans, access to veterans care and benefits while reforming VA's presumptive decision-making process. It will expand VA's healthcare eligibility for over 3.5 million veterans exposed to burn pits and establish a presumption of service in connection for over 23 respiratory illnesses and cancers. It would eliminate the requirement that veterans prove exposure to toxic substances, a requirement that has often prevented many from accessing the care and benefits they earned and deserve. This comprehensive bill expands access to care and benefits to the veterans who were exposed as they selfishly served our country. It also expands benefits to their loved ones and surviving family members. I've joined my colleagues in widely promoting the benefits of this bill and encouraging veterans to apply. 1 year after its passage, more than 800,000 claims and counting have already been filed. Veterans deserve more than a hollow thank you for their service. They deserve action. Democrats are making good on our promise to care for all veterans exposed to toxic substances. In Region 7 alone, we have 2.6 million veterans. This includes Louisiana, 279,000, Alabama, 359,000, Arkansas, 211,000, Mississippi, 187,000, Tennessee, 453,000, North Carolina, 703,000, Puerto Rico, 81,000, South Carolina, 393,000. Most importantly, the families of veterans who tragically lost their lives because of being exposed to toxic substances during their time of service. Tonight, we're celebrating this historic achievement of the 117th Congress. We're seeing lives changed in real time. Democrats will keep fighting to make life better for all Americans, regardless of race, background, socioeconomic status. Again, I am proud to be the representative of Region 7 on the Regional Leadership Council. We're working for you, and we aren't nearly done.
Thank you very much.
I yield back.
Now recognize Congresswoman Fletcher from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyer. Thank you for your leadership and for your belief in and commitment to our country. As a proud representative of Region 6, which is Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona, I joined my colleagues in recognizing the transformative laws that we passed in the last Congress and the efforts now to ensure that these investments in America are investments in every community, in every corner of our country. In our region, we are already seeing the impact of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and so much more. I was glad to work with my colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus on these bills, and of course, to vote for them and to see President Biden sign them into law because they have the purpose and the effect of ensuring that the United States remains a beacon of excellence in science and technology and engineering and innovation with the infrastructure in place to support that work, to ensure that the things that we dream up, we make right here at home. I'm so glad to report that the Investing in America agenda is mobilizing historic levels not only of federal investments, but also of private sector investments in the United States, bringing manufacturing back to America. Just last month, while I was home, I got to join in a ribbon cutting at a new igloo cooler distribution facility in my region because they were producing so much 16 million coolers annually that they needed to expand production space and create new storage and shipping space. And that's not surprising. At the end of last year, American manufacturing growth began outpacing the rest of the world. Data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics in July showed that Region 6 is at the heart of that growth. In Arizona, LG Energy is quadrupling its initial planned investment to $5.5 billion to build a new plant outside of Phoenix that will produce enough batteries to power 350,000 electric vehicles per year. So far, companies have committed to invest more than $58 billion in the Grand Canyon state since President Biden took office. In New Mexico, Intel is investing $3.5 billion to expand manufacturing of advanced semiconductor technology at its Rio Rancho campus, creating an expected 700 new jobs. Companies have committed to invest more than $6 billion in the land of enchantment. And in Texas, Samsung has announced plans to build a $17 billion semiconductor fabrication plant. And just up the road, Texas Instruments is in the early stages of a $30 billion chip project. So far, 6 projects totaling $61 billion in investment are expected to create 8,000 new jobs in Texas alone. Since the CHIPS and Science Act was introduced, more than 50 new U.S. semiconductor projects have been announced, totaling more than $210 billion in investments. And we're just getting started. I look forward to continuing the work with my colleagues on the Regional Leadership Council and President Biden and his administration to continue the work, to invest in America, and to ensure that these laws benefit all Americans. Not blue states, not red states, the United States. We're putting people over politics. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank and I yield to the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan.
Well, I want to thank the chairman for yielding and for his decision to highlight the unprecedented investments being made in regions across our country. Over the past 2 years, every single state across New England has benefited mightily from President Biden's Invest in America agenda. We've heard already from my esteemed colleagues on the Regional Leadership Council about the life-saving healthcare savings that families are starting to feel, the good-paying manufacturing jobs we're creating, and the tremendous strides we're making to close the digital divide. Each of those are being felt on the ground in my home state of Massachusetts and in every state in the region. Tonight, however, I'd like to focus on a singular issue that has disproportionately improved the lives of almost every family in New England: President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. Mr. Speaker, New England is home to some of the oldest roads and bridges in our nation. In fact, the bridge where the shot heard round the world was fired in Concord, Massachusetts, in the district I have the honor to represent, is still standing to this day. And Battle Road, which connected Concord to Lexington nearly 250 years ago, is memorialized for folks across the country to come and experience for themselves. Of course, not every single bridge or road is that old, but there are thousands of these critical pieces of infrastructure across New England that are decades or even centuries old. And due to year after year divestment from Washington, state and local governments have struggled to keep up with increasing repair costs for a long time. Mr. Speaker, this was a problem I saw play out firsthand as a kid growing up in Lowell. The state came in and built what was supposed to be a temporary bridge, the Rourke Bridge, over the Merrimack River. The plan was to come back and replace the bridge in a few years, but that never happened. The temporary Rourke Bridge is still standing, albeit hardly, 40 years later. And until we took up and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, there was no telling if and when it was ever going to be replaced. But this landmark legislation is delivering $150 million to finally get this project done. That's the kind of impact this once-in-a-generation investment is having in communities across New England. In Woodstock, New Hampshire, the Green Bridge on Route 175 was one of the first projects in the country to receive funding from the infrastructure law. And in New London, Connecticut, over $320 million in federal funding is supporting the rehab of the Gold Star Memorial Bridge on I-95, a critical corridor that supports more than 42,000 vehicles each day. Mr. Speaker, by the time the bipartisan infrastructure law has allocated its last dollar in 2027, it will have improved the lives of every single American. It will have made thousands of roads and bridges safer for parents to get their children to school on time. It'll have shortened commutes, giving workers back precious time from each evening to spend with their loved ones. And it'll have reduced car maintenance costs caused by crater-sized potholes that are the bane of every family's existence. This is presidents of both parties have promised for decades but failed to deliver. But President Biden and the Democrats in Congress got it done. And bridges large to the Basileir Bridge in Haverhill, Massachusetts, are finally going to be completed because of it. I'm proud of the work we did with President Biden to pass his to work ahead as a member of the Regional Leadership Council under Chairman Hoyer's tremendous leadership to make sure the bipartisan infrastructure law is successfully implemented. I thank the chairman for inviting me, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Massachusetts for her remarks. And now I will yield to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly. Also a member everybody has been a member of the Regional Leadership Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Hoyer. And I'm a very proud member of the Regional Leadership Council, Region 4. I rise today to acknowledge one of the largest public health threats facing our nation. Our nation's children are returning to school, and all they should be worried about is acing their next test. Instead, too many children live in fear of the constant threat of gun violence. And gun violence does not need to occur.
Has expired. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. As a courtesy and also the fact he did a kindness to me a while back, so what goes around comes around, I'm going to give Mr. Hoyer a couple more minutes to finish his closing.
I thank you very much for that, and I'm glad a good deed is returned, and I'll return it again. I yield to the gentlelady from Illinois.
Gun violence does not need to occur inside a school to harm our children. The stress from living in a community impacted by gun violence has been proven to lower test scores and increase mental health conditions like anxiety and PTSD. Just last week, I was in a place called Danville in the central Illinois part of my district with 25 young people. The stories I heard were devastating. One young man talked about how 2 brothers and his father were killed because of gun violence. Just last week alone, there were 42 shootings in Chicago. A 15-year-old was shot in a park. A 14-year-old was shot while he was riding in a car. An 8-year-old, think about that, 8 years old, was shot just walking on a sidewalk. I am so happy that Congress has begun to make progress to combat this public health crisis. We got the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act done, the first time in 30 years that Congress took meaningful action on gun violence. And on August 31st, Attorney General Merrick Garland directed the ATF to comply with the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act licensing requirements for gun sellers. We've made progress, but there's so much more to do. Democrats are prepared to take these next steps. The American people, young people, are asking us to deliver. We put people over politics when we pass the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. We can and must do more. We cannot afford to wait. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her comments. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on the former special order and to submit extraneous material into the record. And I want to thank my friend from Arizona for his courtesy and yield back to him.
Mr. Speaker,
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. Hoyer, look, you've been kind to me even when you and I, whether you remember, there was a while back where we were beating each other up on the floor, and then you gave me more time to finish, so sometimes you remember those things. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm well caffeinated and I'm angry. So let's actually have some fun on the truth with math. And I'm terrified what's going on around here because we're making crap up. So let's actually do math. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, this is what we're borrowing per second over the last 12 months. Every single second, we're borrowing $72,932. Every second, we borrow $72,000, and $20,000 of it is just interest, and it gets dramatically worse between now and the rest of the decade. So there's a punchline here. I need you to understand. How many times have you listened to members walk behind these microphones and do this? Well, I don't get to vote on mandatory spending. I only vote on discretionary. Seriously, you've been here how long, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem? It's our mantra. Well, I vote on defense and non-defense discretionary, and that's like 30% of the budget. It's actually closer to 27, but well, guess what? Every dime we as members of Congress now vote on is borrowed. It's all borrowed money. So look, I threw together this chart. Thank you for staff. But in the current budget year, the appropriation was about 1.8 trillion, 1.813, and since in the July update, we've spent about 1.7 trillion on discretionary. This is not Medicare. This is not Social Security. That's this orange part here. But we're functioning in the last 12 months. We have borrowed 2.3 trillion. Does anyone see the math problem? The 2023 budget discretionary spending was going to be $831 billion. And we're going to borrow when this fiscal year is over. My math is crouching in on 2.2 trillion. Some of my staff thinks it's only going to be 2.1. What's $100 billion between friends? But I need you to process what I'm saying. If anyone out there is listening, if there's any staffers sitting in your office watching the television, understand everything your member of Congress votes on. Everything is borrowed money. Tell me, do you remember it was a year ago? Actually, let's actually go back where I can say something personal. In February, March, I came behind this very microphone and I predicted saying, do you know, I think we're actually heading towards borrowing 1.8 trillion. And I got mocked. I have to apologize. I was wrong. It wasn't 1.8 trillion. We're heading towards 2.1, 2.2. It's much worse. And you just heard the left talking about how wonderful everything is. Explain to me how in May last year, a year ago, May 22, we thought the budget deficit for this year would be about mid-800s, $860, $870 billion, and now we're heading to 2.2. What happened? Medicare costs went up dramatically. Tax receipts have fallen. So you heard about how wonderful this economy is. Isn't it neat? We're doing all these subsidized projects. Government is handing out money to anyone who wants to build a factory. Yay, socialized, nationalized economy. We functionally soft nationalized the chip industry. Isn't it wonderful? Think of what's going on. And yet the tax revenues have fallen actually fairly dramatically. Brilliant economics, once again, from what the left did last year. And then the third thing no one seems to want to fixate on, that Inflation Reduction Act that they passed, that they were celebrating here. If you even read the left-wing economists in their journals, okay, about half of inflation was supply chain stress, and yes, half of it was the excessive spending. Okay, So the people in my community, unless you've had a 20% pay hike if you live in the Phoenix, Scottsdale area, you are poorer today. You are poorer today than you were 24 months ago. Will the left take responsibility for that? Will they take responsibility for the 50% of it? And this is the insanity, and the wheels are coming off, and no one else seems willing to come behind these microphones and tell the truth. What's happening? Every dime we vote on. Because remember, Social Security, veterans benefits, those things are on autopilot. They're mandatory, they're earned benefits, they're a formula. No one here votes on them. It's borrowed money. So the old days when you heard Republicans come behind the microphone saying, well, if we would just get rid of waste and fraud, if we would just get rid of foreign aid, we'll be fine. Foreign aid's about 12 days of borrowing. And I'm going to show you a number of things where the Democrats, the left, makes crap up. The dollar amounts, well, if we would just tax rich people more, if we would just get rid of the threshold on Social Security, I'm going to show you that gets nowhere near the types of monies they misrepresent to you. We won't use the word lie tonight. I'm going to try to do my best. All right. So we're just going to run through a number of these because I gave away a little time and I only have a half an hour tonight. Actually, I probably only have 20 minutes left. Trying to actually start to demonstrate how fragile we are. There was a bond auction about 5 hours ago, of 30-year paper here, and it all sold at the very top of the market. Basically meaning if you thought interest rates were going down tomorrow, they're not. And you're starting to see actually how fragile we are. We're starting to look at numbers within 10 years. Our interest rate calculations on what we're going to pay on the debt are absolutely wrong. They're absolutely wrong. We're now starting to see math saying we may be missing in 9 budget years from now. Total interest was predicted to be as high as $1.4 trillion, just the interest. I need you now to add another $315 billion on it, and that difference is just the marginal interest rate increases we've had over the last several weeks. When you're borrowing $26 trillion from the public, when you hear the 33 trillion, a bunch of that is money actually we borrow from the trust funds, which are also running out of money. So why this is important? This big red hump here, that's defense spending for 2024. It's like $820, $30 billion. This one here is interest, just interest we're going to pay in 2024. My math is there's very high likelihood interest this government pays in next fiscal year will be equal to every dime we spend in defense. Interest will equal the defense budget. So next time you're talking to a leftist who says, if you would just cut defense spending, interest now is equaling defense, and that's next year. That's the budget we're working on right now. Understand how much trouble we're in. And I'm going to go through some of these fast because there's not a lot of time. But this one is really important. Almost no one here understands or talks about it. It's not the $2 trillion we're going to issue as new debt next year. It's functionally the almost $10 trillion that comes to market next year. We have about $7.6 trillion that gets refinanced. Those are bonds from years ago that were at the remarkably low interest rates. They're coming due. We're going to bring almost $10 trillion to market of U.S. sovereign debt next year. What happens when we bring that debt at these new higher interest rates? Anyone here paying attention to, we've gone off the rails. Oh, but we don't care. That's math. We don't do math here. This is a math-free zone. Pay attention to this. This will be a story as we move through next year when you bring $10 trillion to market. And you got to convince investors to buy this debt that they won't get a better rate of return if they go buy high-quality corporate paper over here, or they should roll over the debt and buy another U.S. sovereign. And at the same time, we're going to be issuing a couple trillion also additional virgin debt. This is where we're at. And you start to look at, we were doing this calculation a couple months ago, that just by raising the interest by a single point, which we've more than exceeded, you start to look out a few years, and by the 10-year window, you might be having a $3.7 trillion a year shortfall. A deficit of $3.7 trillion, and it's mostly that growth. This is not calculating in the new higher medical costs. This is just basically interest fragility. And this board is important to my Democrat brothers and sisters who basically, the comment I always get, well, if we just would tax rich people more. Please buy a calculator. Read some of the documents that your own leftist economists produce, because if we would confiscate, a lot of caffeine today, confiscate next year, if we would confiscate every dime, so you make $500,000, the next dollar you make, we just take it. Government takes everything. So you make $500,000, everything up. So the guy makes $1 billion next year, we take every dime of it. That would bring in about $1.5 trillion. A lot of money. This number's already wrong. Before we were projecting a $1.7 trillion shortfall budget deficit in 2024. Now we're thinking if this year's 2.2, what will next year's be? But confiscate everyone over $500,000. How many times have you heard, if we just tax the rich, we'll be fine? That's an absolute fraud. Remember, the number one driver of debt here is not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's demographics. The one thing we're not allowed to talk about. We're not allowed to tell the truth. We made promises and we have no cash to keep them. And at some point here, I'm going to set myself on fire after soaking in kerosene. We're going to talk about Social Security and how ugly the basic math is. Oh, let's actually start that right now. And look, some of these, we've put together these slides just trying to demonstrate. On this side over here, these are the taxes you've paid over your lifetime. The average couple. The average couple. The one bar here I want you to get your head around is this orange bar is Medicare. Do you see that gap? This is the benefits you receive. That gap from here to here, that right there, that's 75% of all future debt. We're not supposed to talk about this because it gets people unelected, but the fact of the matter is, unless we have a revolution in delivering the cost of health care, the 130, it may be dramatically more now, that number hasn't been updated in a while, of U.S. sovereign debt that we plan to issue over the next 30 years, 75% of it is Medicare, 25% if we cover the shortfall in Social Security. I'm not going to make you go through that one. So let's actually have some fun with math. I had a group discussion. Most of the room were people on the left, but they were very polite. Every other person claimed to have a PhD. And we got to discussion saying, hey, the actuary reports, the CBO basically saying 9 years from now, Social Security Trust Fund is empty. It's empty. So that first year, 2033, $616 billion is the shortfall. That if you're an average couple in America, that's a $17,200 cut to your Social Security check. We will double senior poverty. How many people have you seen come to this microphone and say, I give a damn about seniors. I don't want to double senior poverty. Have you seen the stories of how many baby boomers are starting to live on the streets in America? And the projections, this is an article today, and I think this was actually, God, I'm not even sure where this was published. Actually, it may have been Wall Street Journal today. Read the article. Understand what's happening, the fragility, and then we're going to tell these people we're taking 25% of their Social Security check from them? It's 9 years from now. But the problem is that first year, these short, let's just do 1 year math. 2033, that's $616 billion. Let's do the Democrats' suggestion. We're going to tax people over $400,000. Take everyone over $400,000, you hit for, so there's this donut hole. You pay your Social Security, your FICA tax up to $160,200. Then you don't pay anymore, but once you hit $400,000, everything up, you'll pay the 12.4% Social Security tax. Great. It's $80 billion. The shortfall is 616, but the Democrat solution is $80 billion. Does anyone see a math problem? So let's go on to the next one. Let's do the Bernie Sanders suggestion. Let's get rid of the capital. Every dime you earn, you're going to pay 12.4%. When you do the dynamic score on it, that's about $158 billion. Did I mention the first year shortfall of 616? 616 billion, removing the cap, tax everything, only produces $158 billion. What is that? 437 billion shortfall. What would you like to do? Where'd you like to get it? Democrat colleagues, you refuse to have the discussion how we're going to save Social Security and not do the immoral thing of double senior poverty. But you won't have the conversation because the president stood right there and said, you're not allowed to talk about Medicare and Social Security, and everyone applauded. Because they're going to do attack mail and attack television ads and you're off because you talked about trying to do the moral thing and save this program. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, how many minutes do I have?
The gentleman has 11 minutes.
Oh, good. We're going to have some fun here then. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So, let's actually walk through what this means to you. You're right now expecting that 17,200, 17,400, there's a little dispute of is the cut you're getting in as an average couple in America in 9 years. Yay! Okay, but let's actually do that thing where we're only going to let the Democrats, they're going to tax everyone over 400,000. That cut now becomes 13,482. Remember, this is just on the first year. If you completely remove the cap and just tax every dime without the dynamic score of how much the economy you slowed down, the cut that average couple on Social Security is going to get is going to be approaching $11,000 a year. And that's the Democrats' moral solution. Does anyone here own a calculator? And then let's actually go a bit further. So the hard left here says, well, let's do the oligarch tax. And you go, huh? Well, this is a tax, it's unconstitutional, and it's, I think, in front of the Supreme Court this coming year, where the Democrat solution is, well, we know we've been lying to the public, but we're not going to tell them that, but we're going to offer another tax proposal where we're going to tax, the Democrats want to tax unearned capital gains. You go, huh? What's that? Well, you're rich. You have a building. You have a business. You have an asset here. You haven't sold it, but there's capital gains there. Every year, the government's going to come in and ask for part of it. If you're really rich, they might want 10% of it. But if you're only moderately rich, every year you might have to only pay 2%. But it would be paying unrealized capital gains because that's where the real money is. Except the problem is the fantasy of going at that money, and this is without a dynamic score. So how does it change behavior? Remember, taxes like this change behavior. We won't do the geeky economics. Produces about $137 billion. So that first year, it would produce $137 billion. Do you remember the previous board? Social Security has a $616 billion shortfall in the first year, and the most radical tax proposal produces $137 billion. Am I getting the point across? Do you understand how difficult these numbers are? And instead, we're going to come and do theater. Oh, we're building another factory that there's no workers for, and there's no one that actually wants the product, but we subsidized it. Yay, nationalized, Sorry, in our office, our new nickname is we call this soft nationalization of industry. because the Democrats figured out the way to buy the love of big industry, big business, is hand them cash. As Republicans, we tried to say, let's fix the tax code so you have to compete with each other. You got to go out there and engage in creative destruction and make things better, faster. Democrats, hey, make the old same crap you used to make, but we're going to give you cash to do it. It's insane economics. And look, this board's a little harder to read, but we were trying to figure out if the hard left's theory of, well, we're going to have all these taxes, but we're going to sweep the assets of rich people, which is unconstitutional, and we'll find out next year if my non-lawyer legal opinion is true from the Supreme Court. But the principle of this board is CBO has told us we are heading towards 115, 120% of debt to GDP in sort of the 10-year window. With all this new taxes, the Democrats, we're still pretty much about 111% of debt GDP, and this is assuming every dime comes in. It's a fraud. And this is supposed to make you feel better. Oh, we have a tax proposal. Those nasty Republicans won't let us blow up the economy. And look, I know this is hard to read, but why this is so difficult is you see these gaps. Those are functionally, these lines are basically to say, you see the gap, the tax proposals being proposed by the Democrats to save the Social Security Trust Fund get nowhere near it. And as you go up further in time, the gap gets bigger and bigger. Part of the punchline here, I need someone to process. That's in 9 years. In less time than that, Medicare Part A Trust Fund, which is about 40% of all Medicare spending, is gone. The Transportation Trust Fund is gone. And we're hitting numbers. We are hitting numbers. The 2 trillion we will borrow this year, we were not supposed to hit for a decade. We are borrowing now at rates that we were not supposed to see for years. This is the Democrats' economy. This is what sort of nationalizing much of the industry, the chips industry, now they're a green energy industry, handing out the cash. Something happened. We're building all these factories, but we're getting no tax receipts from it. Something's gone horribly, horribly wrong out there. And instead of our brothers and sisters on the left and those of us on the right coming together and saying, we have a moral obligation not to have baby boomers on the street as part of their retirement, not to double senior poverty. To my young kids, yes, I'm an old dad. I have a 14-month-old and an 8-year-old. Do they deserve to have a future? Because CBO math basically says in 20 years, if we wanted to maintain baseline services as they are today, we have to double taxes. That means my kids live in a world where they're dramatically poorer than how all of the rest of us have lived. And you want to know why the middle class is so cranky? Once again, back to something I said in the beginning. The middle class in this country is poorer today than they were 24 months ago. If you live in my community, if you haven't had over a 20% pay hike in the last 24 months, you are poorer today than you were before. This is the morality. So let's have the most difficult discussion this place is capable of. What are we going to do? I've come behind this microphone dozens and dozens and dozens of times showing you that if we could actually have a revolution in the cost of health care, and I've brought the ways to do it. I've brought whole sorts of charts to say, hey, did you realize diabetes is 33% of all health care spending? Could we have a revolution there? Are we really going to do the same old farm bill? Are we going to actually understand we have ways to help our brothers and sisters live healthier lives, come back into the labor force, have some economic growth, and stop watching America die? Next decade, we will have more Americans dying than being born in this country. We're dying as a society, and we're financing it ourselves. The immorality of what we're doing, whether it be the debt or the way we're hiding from it. There is hope. There is a way it works. There is a way it works. Is this place capable of actually thinking? Are we going to continue to do this, the petty, well, so-and-so hurt my feelings, so I'm going to oppose this. I'm going to like this. I'm not going to read this. Oh, this is uncomfortable. I can't go home and explain this to my Chamber of Commerce. Screw you. This is a moment of action. So I'm going to give you an absolutely radical proposal that I just want you to ruminate. I accept has no chance of passing. And I'll use this year's numbers. In the 2023 budget year, non-defense discretionary spending is, let's call it about $740 billion. About $326 billion of that is money that we're borrowing and sending to states, counties, cities. Many of them are programs I absolutely love, justice grants, other things. I have always supported these, but we're borrowing money to send to entities that have their own taxing and borrowing authority. That's the definition of insanity. For those who come in here and say, I want to defend the 10th Amendment, got a great way for you to do it. Stop borrowing money over here to send to states, and so they have to come and lobby and grovel at your office every 6 weeks. It would be hard. The hallways up and down might be depopulated because they won't be lined up at our door begging for more cash. But is it rational for us to borrow hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars over here and hand it to entities that have their own taxing authority? And to my brothers and sisters on the left, this is the punchline. You bang on me saying, well, we just need to raise taxes. Great. You control most of these cities. Go raise the taxes and make it so we stop borrowing the money. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution gives the responsibility for the nation's finances to the House of Representatives. It's the House's responsibility to pay the nation's debts, to manage the nation's finances, to protect our ability to borrow when necessary. Although the founders warned us about the dangers of excessive debt, the dangers of perpetual debt, and yet we find ourselves with the highest level of debt to our GDP that we have had since World War II. Of course, the World War II generation came out of a literal battle, a war to save the world from imperialist Japan and Nazi Germany, which of course caused significant borrowing to fund that war, to fund that conflict. But that generation paid that debt down to a manageable level shortly thereafter. But here we are today with $32 trillion in debt, nearly $100,000 per American citizen. I've said that many times on this floor, in committee hearings, in speeches, and interviews, $100,000 per American citizen. One time when I said this on this very floor, it was opposite the then budget chairman from the other side, Mr. Speaker, and when his turn came to speak, he said, stop saying that. We're not asking anybody to pay it back, as if it was not real, as if it was monopoly money, and if it didn't matter. However, the days of spending without consequence are now over. And I believe the American people are beginning to connect the numbers, the stats, the dollars, what they hear about with federal spending, the deficit and the national debt to their own very lives, because the American people are suffering from 40-year high inflation. Matter of fact, the Consumer Price Index showed today that prices have risen 17% in the 2.5 years since President Biden took office. That means $1,000 in 2020 is now worth just $832 today. Americans are experiencing record high inflation, 40-year high inflation, but it's even higher than the 17% for the essentials, for groceries, for gasoline in the tank, for utilities, and yes, for housing costs. The average mortgage today, the average mortgage payment is $1,218. $1,218, which is more than double what it was when President Biden assumed office. That is a direct result of the federal spending causing massive inflation, which was then reacted to by the Biden Fed that's raised interest rates to 20-year highs, further exacerbating the problem. And then, of course, we've had our credit rating lowered for just the second time in our history. Americans are suffering under this debt. Americans' futures are more bleak financially because of this debt. It's a terrible threat to our children and our grandchildren. And we, as a Republican majority, must do something about it. We, as a Republican majority, elected by the American people after running on a platform of fiscal responsibility, are leading a House of Representatives that will have a $2 trillion deficit this year. So we're here tonight with this special order time to talk about our spending, to talk about our deficit, to talk about our national debt, and to talk about the budget battle that we are in at this very moment, the appropriations process to fund our government, and what we will do with the faith and the trust the American people placed in us last November when they gave us the House majority. And so I'm pleased to be joined by a couple of my distinguished colleagues tonight. I have with me Congressman Ralph Norman from South Carolina and Congressman Clay Higgins from Louisiana. And I invite Mr. Norman to share thoughts that he has on this topic tonight.
Thank you, Bob. I just want to thank you for calling the special order. Folks, for those listening, we're in a pivotal point in the history of America. I have never felt the weight as I do now to, save the republic as I grew up in, to save the opportunity to realize your God-given talent and to realize the goals and aspirations that each individual has. Folks, I feel like it's under threat, and I know it's under threat since I was first elected in Congress in 2017. You know, we can all talk about what we're going to do and what we want to do. Folks, we're at a pivotal time. We have to do what it takes to save this republic. And as Congressman Good said, basically the debt is rampant. What's happening to this country at every level is, in one word, evil. I can't think of any other word to describe what we're going through in America that's evil, that threatens a democracy that we have known for 240 years. Now, what do I mean by what's evil about what's going on? What's different now than in years ago? Let me ask each one of you watching, when have you ever seen a country that basically has no borders? When have you ever seen a country that's letting everybody from every country in, no checks, no balances, come in and enjoy the fruits of this great republic? When have you ever seen the lawlessness that's taking place in America? When have you ever seen the criminals being basically protected over the victims that they have victimized? When have you seen that? When have you seen Americans scared to use their voice and to express their outrage? As Congressman Good has mentioned, when have you ever seen, and I think it's the last date I heard was 2008, when there's been a steady decline in the take-home pay of Americans? When have you ever seen our school system under attack? When have you ever seen young children who are being surgically, I'm trying to think of the word to
Maimed.
use, but surgically destroyed, as you see today, for the sake of $1 by a medical profession. When have you ever seen a sitting leader of the free world, the sitting president, give $9 billion to a country that will blow us up every day of the week? When have you seen that? I don't think we have. And folks, I've just gone over just a few things that is different than it was today, than it was yesterday. It's Wake Up America. It's wake up to what we're facing. And I was just having a conversation with Congressman Higgins in what we face now. We're up here, we got here Tuesday, yesterday. We will leave tomorrow. We do not have a budget. We do not have a top line on the 12 appropriation bills. What do we have? You tell me. I'm a sitting member of Congress. I don't know. All I do know is I am not willing to spend this country into oblivion and continue to support what has been going on by this administration. I'm simply not willing to do it. I'm not willing to give more money to an executive office that is promoting lawlessness in this country. South Carolina has 5.2 million people. We have exceeded that on the illegals that are coming in this country. They're going to different cities in and all over this country. And I guess the ones who are at the forefront are New York City. When I heard Eric Adams talk about the crisis they're in, where was he when he declared New York City a sanctuary city? Where was he when he said, how are we going to pay for this? Where was he when he told the school districts that it's being overrun by illegals that are taking the place of people who have been in America, who have paid taxes, who have contributed to our economic system? Where was he? And now he's complaining he wants a bailout. So that all to say, it's our time to shine. It's dependent on each one of us to answer the call. Now, how do we do that? Well, we insist on physical sanity. Economic security is national security. And we have got to insist now to have regular order, which is what we thought we had when we voted for the Speaker in January, regular order, having the 12 appropriation bills on a conservative downward spending trend, and have a budget like every American business, every American family has. What do we have now? Nothing. Now, what's it up to us? It's up to us now to do whatever it takes to make sure we have a fiscally sound budget, to make sure each of the 12 appropriations are less than the pre-COVID levels, to have a border that's secure, that's enforceable, and to have the wokeness out of the military that is destroying the readiness of our great military people all across this country. So my message to each of you tonight, get active in your communities, get active in telling your congressman, if it means shutting the government down before you get it right, shut it down. Shut it down until you get it right. It's easy to spend other people's money, but we want to give it back. That's one thing the Freedom Caucus and other members that are with me tonight, Congressman Good and Congressman Higgins, we want to give you money back. We're not going to add to the continual debt that is bankrupting our system. The cancer in this country cannot be cured by an aspirin. And what I'm asking each one of you today is take ownership in your communities, take ownership from the local level, from the city council, school council, state house, and up. Take ownership in it. Let your voice be heard. You know what's at stake? One word: freedom. Freedom is at stake. Let's answer the call as we have always done. The onus is on us. God bless each and every one of you. And Congressman Good, thank you for allowing me a few minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, has said, debt is the opposite of freedom. There's a biblical principle to that. It says the borrower is a slave to the lender. And again, the founders warned us about the consequence of excessive debt. And I'm reminded as Mr. Norman was speaking that I feel like I'm living through the movie of How to Destroy a Country. How to Destroy a Country, produced by President Biden. If you were going to set out to destroy a country intentionally 2.5 years ago, what would you do different than the things that Mr. Norman has outlined today, whether it's our border invasion, purposefully, willfully facilitated by this administration, or whether it's our national debt, predominantly responsibility to the Democrat Party, but also contributed by Republicans. But we have the opportunity to do something about that now in this Congress. And so I'd like to recognize my friend from Louisiana, Mr. Clay Higgins. And Mr. Clay Higgins, express your thoughts accordingly.
I thank my colleague, Congressman Good, and I appreciate the words of wisdom of my colleague, Ralph Norman. Mr. Speaker, let me begin with an uplifting statement. God is still on the throne, and we, as humble children, we have a responsibility to be worthy of His love and His grace and the anointing of what it is to be an American citizen. So every generation of Americans has risen to face the challenge or the threat that our nation has endured now, 240 years. And in our generation, one of the most insidious threats that we face is the degree of debt that we have allowed in my generation, our nation, to assume. We now face a $33 trillion debt. That's $33,000 billion. Mr. Speaker, if this body were to balance the budget, which is our goal, by the way, is why we're here tonight addressing this chamber and the nation that we love, standing shoulder to shoulder with each other, so that our words are forever inscribed on the historical record of our country, that some stood to fight for the future of our republic, to restore fiscal sanity to this body. So were this body to produce a balanced budget, and we were to run a $1 billion surplus, Mr. Speaker, it would require 33,000 years to address a $33 trillion debt with a $1 billion surplus. And 1 billion is 1,000 million. Every American has imagined, well, what would I do if I had $1 million? I'd pay off my house, I'd settle my debts, I'd take care of my family, I'd build mother-in-law a house, I'd set aside some monies for my children and my grandchildren. I'd bring generational growth to my family if I won the lottery and had $1 million. And in this town, we throw around trillions like it's nothing. Every dollar that we spend in deficit every year is put upon our grandchildren. Is this reflective of anointed value that our Lord has bestowed upon us as American citizens? As we stand beneath the glory, Mr. Speaker, of one flag, we are ultimately one people. And the challenge of this generation and this body and this majority party, this Republican Party, an honor that I wield not upon my lapel, but within my heart, of what it is to be a conservative, constitutionalist, Republican American citizen. And I stand in the body that's responsible to correct course that our nation has taken up. Because, Mr. Speaker, it was 1980 before America had accumulated $1 trillion of debt. 1980. Since then, we've added $32 trillion of debt. It took 200 years to accumulate $1 trillion of debt. And now we have $33 trillion. It's unsustainable. So we are demanding a correction of course because our nation is headed precipitously to a fiscal cliff beyond which we may never recover as a nation. And we love our country enough that we're willing to stand and fight for the future of our republic. And if it makes some of my colleagues uncomfortable, oh well. If you're willing to participate in the change of spending trajectory that this generation is required to produce, then stand with us. If not, if you don't quite have the courage, at least get out of our way. And if you oppose us, prepare for a fight. But we love our country enough to stand in this chamber and make some noise about the debt that we've accumulated and the deficit spending that we continue to add. And I ask my colleague, Congressman Good, perhaps you have a comment to share with the Speaker regarding the difference between our national debt and our annual deficit, and how quickly we are adding to our debt at a rate that's never been seen in our history. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. You know, we're going to spend some $20,000 per citizen this year. 330 million Americans, we're going to spend nearly $7 trillion in a Republican majority Congress. We're going to spend nearly $7 trillion, about $20,000 per citizen. We will borrow $6,000 of that $20,000. This year alone, we will borrow $6,000 per citizen, not per taxpayer, not per household, but per citizen. Of the $20,000 we'll spend this year, only $3,000 per citizen, the $20,000 per citizen that we will spend, only $3,000 per citizen will be for the primary responsibility of the federal government, the safety and security of the nation, to defend the nation.
Right.
We'll spend $20,000 per citizen, we'll borrow $6,000 of that, and only $3,000 of the $20,000 will be for protecting the nation from foreign invasion, keeping the nation safe and secure. To Congressman Higgins' point, with the explosion of debt from $1 trillion in 1980 to now nearly $33 trillion today, the interest on the debt, what we're paying to service the debt, is about $1 trillion a year. And with interest rates rising, that cost is only going to go higher in addition to the spending disaster that we're experiencing. So what are we prepared to do? You know, it doesn't matter what you believe in. It doesn't matter what you say you stand for if you're not willing to have the courage of your convictions, to take risks, to fight for that for which you claim to believe. And I will take, it's no secret or no coincidence, I should say, that the gentleman with me tonight, another thing we share in common, Mr. Norman from South Carolina, Mr. Higgins from Louisiana, is we're members of the House Freedom Caucus. And I believe the American people are counting on us and putting their hope in us that maybe we will be the ones who will make this stand and not betray them and not let them down. I go back to January. What January's speaker battle was ultimately about was that we as a new Republican majority would not do what we've always done and therefore fail as we have failed to deliver for the American people, particularly when it comes to fighting to cut our spending. Yes, Democrats are better at spending than Republicans are, but Republicans have contributed as well with a failure to follow through on the things that we run on. So we had commitments made in January that we were going to cut our spending at least back to pre-COVID levels for non-defense discretionary spending. Pre-COVID levels, which was the highest level of spending in the history of the country at that point. The most reckless, bloated, and excessive spending in the history of the country at that point. We voted together as a Republican conference to that effect in April. We voted together for pre-COVID level spending in April with the Limit, Save, Grow bill. However, that was discarded with the debt ceiling agreement, where the Republican House came together with the Democrat majority in the House and the Senate and the White House for a debt ceiling agreement that is unlimited till January of 25. As much money as Congress can gleefully come together and spend between now and January 25, where most projections will be $35, $36 trillion in debt by that time. We were told when we were negotiating the debt ceiling bill, and when the debt ceiling bill came forward, which we did not vote for, my colleagues and I, well, we will fight during the appropriations process. That's when we'll fight to cut our spending. Matter of fact, we were told when we were negotiating H.R. 1, the energy bill, we will fight during the appropriations process to cut our spending. We were told when we were fighting for the H.R. 2 Secure the Border Act that we would begin to cut spending during the appropriations. Even during the NDA negotiations, we were told that we would use the appropriations process to cut our spending. We were told we would pass 12 appropriations bills out of this House implementing Republican priorities at pre-COVID level spending for non-defense discretionary spending. And now we are at a crisis point where will we deliver for the American people? We're only talking about $115 billion in spending cuts to reach that pre-COVID level. $115 billion when we are running a monthly deficit, to Mr. Higgins' point, of $150 billion a month. And so what we need to do is come together as a Republican majority, pass our 12 bills that implement our spending, our policy priorities, our legislative priorities, do our job here in the House, cut our spending to pre-COVID levels that we committed to doing in January and in April, send it to the Senate, and demand that they pass those House bills that the American people elected us to pass. And then if the Senate wants to shut down the government, let them shut it down. Because, Mr. Higgins, when I am in my district, we both came from our districts over these last few weeks, the American people didn't express concern to me that the government might shut down. The American people expressed concern to me about our national debt. They expressed concern to me about our spending. They expressed concern about rising crime. They expressed concern about the border invasion. They expressed concern about the weaponization of the federal government against them, a two-tiered justice system. They expressed concern about the faith and confidence in our election system. And the way for us to address those issues is by passing our bills, implementing our policies, and cutting our spending. Mr. Higgins, some final thoughts that you might have.
I thank my colleague. Our nation, Mr. Speaker, we can still succeed reflective of the will of the people that we have sworn to serve. What we require in order to deliver is not an imagined, unreachable goal or an unreasonable demand. What we require of our Republican colleagues is that they embrace the core principles upon which the Republican Party has been built. Just stand upon the core principles that you claim to possess and help us save our country from bankruptcy. We have the power of the purse. And may I say, with respect to my colleagues in the Senate, the founders knew what they were doing when they created a bicameral Congress. If they wanted a unicameral Congress, they'd have had one. That was stated last night at our Freedom Caucus meeting. Words of wisdom spoken. We are the House of Representatives. We are the voice of we the people. We control the nation's wealth or squander it. And we have reached a point that is untenable to continue. So we ask our colleagues, my brothers and sisters, the most conservative rank of our conference, the Freedom Caucus, we ask our brothers and sisters across the conference, all of whom we respect, we ask our Speaker, whom we elected, to stand with the conservative voice that is itself reflective of the voice of the people we've sworn to serve. Let us change the trajectory of spending across our 12 appropriations bills, which are filled with conservative policy that's transformative for our nation if we can pass those bills. Let us join and stand as one and pass those bills reflective of our agreement at 2022 spending levels and in some cases pre-COVID 2019 spending levels. None of us here, Mr. Speaker, would stand and say that the federal government was too small in 2019 or didn't spend enough money in 2022. All we ask is a reasonable adjustment to the trajectory of spending. This is why we speak to you tonight, Mr. Speaker, and we ask that our voices be heard respectfully by our colleagues. Let us save our republic.
May we meet the moment. May we be that transformational Congress that cuts spending and does not let the American people down. Mr. Norman, the final minute that we have, I yield to you for final thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, where we are right now is we have a great opportunity to save this republic. And in the words of Winston Churchill, who at the depths of the lows of Great Britain, his words, there'll be a time when doing your best isn't good enough. You got to do what's required. We have got to do what's required. That's going to require courage. That's going to require stamina. And that's going to require the one word that we all live under, this one flag, we're one people, representing freedom. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Good, and thank you, Congressman Norman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for the morning hour debate.